any more annoying? What the hell is wrong with you, you stupid Qualcomm? I'm tired of this crap. Thanks. Freaking hate Qualcomm. It's bullshit. What's up, Carl? Trying to put my stupid load information in here, but a piece of shit won't do anything. I'm frankly tired of this crap. I can't get my status changed on duty or anything till I can get this stupid ass thing to respond. What's up, James? Now the noise you're hearing is supposedly a low fluid level, which is probably my coolant. I'm not concerned about that. No, it's just this piece of shit Qualcomm. I'll reset it if I have to. But it's probably busy downloading messages on top of that, so driving me freaking insane. I'm not I might be a patient guy at times, but there are times I'm not at all patient. And dealing with a computer, now it's deciding to shut down. Wonderful. Unbelievable. That's what you get with Elon's. Well, sooner or later I'll get out of here. They have a really nice view of the... you guys might have seen some of my pictures from the yard where it's all snowy. Got mountains right there in front of me that are, well, not even mountains, I'd call them hills. There's more mountains over here, the Big Bear Mountains, or San Bernardino Mountains, whatever, behind this building. And I had a really nice view of it coming down in this gully toward the truck. Should have some pretty good snow view going down the pass. I'm going to end up stopping at the Pilot in Hesperia to max out, I'm going to get some, probably some tractor fuel, and then also get, top off my reefer tank, get a drink, and then what's left of this load I had, I ended up deciding they're going to, I guess the receiver doesn't want it. They want to just do a new delivery, whatever. So Tyson said to donate it to food bank. So I'll be taking it to a food bank that's actually just a couple blocks away from our drop yard in San Bernardino. So let me get my dash cam set up, because my SD card for my main dash cam is still sitting here in my tablet. Because that whole fiasco, this load's not going to be officially complete until after the pay period ends, which was last night. So the miles they ran to go to do all this won't pay until the following week. I'm not too worried about it. I'll get paid sooner or later. Tehachapi got hit hard. Yeah, Tehachapi and also the Grapevine area. And in fact, the last time I checked, which was not long ago, 58 got opened back up. Although Google Maps was still showing it as closed, but the California Road, Caltrans Road Condition page said that it's open now. And then I-5 was closed between Highway 126 and basically Fraser Mountain Park Road, which where the Flying J is there, or actually over by the rest area just past there. And then from there, from the rest area basically down to the bottom of the hill down by Wheeler Ridge, it was open but with police escort, so still a lot going on there. Yeah, I was in my room kind of vegging a little bit, sleeping and whatever off and on for a decent part of this morning, and I knew the weather was good from looking at the weather radar. I didn't know what it actually looked at outside until I went out into the kitchen to have breakfast and saw that our backyard was covered in snow. So, they don't see a heck of a lot of that here, even in the winter. Might see it snow here once or twice a year, but it never sticks very long, so not surprising. But it just kind of tells how much snow we got in the middle of the night, too. Still waiting on this stupid thing to boot up. Unplug and reset and plug back in. Should work. It's back up. So now I'm just going to go ahead and start rolling. As much time got wasted here, and I can add in my status later. But I know it wants my load information again, so see what I can do with it. Yeah, what I think was going on there was it was trying to download my incoming messages at the same time I'm trying to do other stuff, so. Okay, what was my DOL? 1003 313446. Okay, now we're good. Back. Alright. It's heading this way, but I think it will stay further northwest of Omaha. Yeah, speaking of the weather here, by the way, this weekend is supposed to be pretty good here, but then forecast is showing more possible snow on Monday. I'll be out of the area, though. I'll probably be in Texas by then. It's gonna be a drop-a-hook load that's already sitting in our drop yard, and it delivers drop-a-hook over in Plainview, Texas. So be a pretty fast-paced load. Carl Green, glad for you. Done Christmas stuff now. You can rest for a weekend. Happy New Year, sir. Hey, how you doing, Salvia? All right, I'm gonna get the screen turned around, and we'll get rolling. I'm going to stop at the Pilot over here in Hesperia and get some tractor fuel as well as the reefer fuel, and then go deliver this load and get down and then grab the other one and get moved back up here. Sticking out a bit, so I'll just go ahead and do a totally legit U-turn instead and go to the end of the cul-de-sac and then turn around. food bank that I'll be taking this to, because I was kind of just wanted to be absolutely certain what I was going to get myself into there, because it didn't look like a very big parking lot. Oh yeah, with all these follies yesterday, a friend of mine I know from my Sierra England days. Okay, there's this JB Hunt yard right here immediately to my left. One of my friends drives for JB Hunt out of this yard here. Yesterday he was trying to get down the hill, and he ended up spending about 4.5 hours or whatever it was, getting just from here to Ranchero Road, which is just before you get to the top of the Cajon Pass. He never did make it, ended up just turn around and come back here to the terminal. What a mess that got created, that's for sure. The Swifty with the yellow Freight One tractor still here, huh? Yeah, I'm certain that guy's a local, because I see that truck here every so often. I saw it here when I got home. On the other side. So how was everybody's holiday? Everybody get time to spend with family or anything like that? What does everybody do for Christmas anyway? So I know not everybody celebrates it, and I'm not going to create an expectation that you should. Okay, looks like the oncoming traffic has the... No, I do. Okay. Shut up. Don't tell me my fuel's low. I know better. I know my APU was running over the last few days, but it's not going to burn that much fuel. Did family stuff here. Met up at my cousin's place on Christmas Eve, and with the weather issues and stuff, we ended up not meeting up with my boys though, and over in Rialto. It was just going to be a nightmare, so decided we'd finish off on that later. Dora also does Mexican Christmas, which is on January 6th, so not a big deal if we don't get all of our Christmas celebration done on December 24th and 25th. So we'll do whatever else on the 6th. For only 43 degrees here, it feels pretty good in here. My foot was in a lot of pain over the last couple of days too, or even a point where because I have crutches at the house that fit me, so I just got to where I was walking around on those instead to stay off my foot, and I think giving it a couple of days of rest there, it's definitely helping. Or at least the arch part of my foot's feeling better. It's definitely feeling better than it was. But then the ligaments or whatever it is that go across the front of my ankle, are the ones that pull my foot upward from trying to compensate for the family meet and greets. We did have only about 35 miles from here. Maybe somewhere in that ballpark. I gotta stop and get fuel first, of course, but I didn't. load here I'll be picking up, it's not due until the 30th, so just sooner I can be in a position to reload as well. To call the driver legal place too and make sure we're on the same page with what to do, if I should fight that bypassing way station ticket or just pay it or what. I already paid the bond. I just gotta. No, I'm not gonna do gabapentin. My wife takes gabapentin at the house and actually, it's known to cause and then also I know she gets a lot of dizziness and stuff from it. It's nothing I need to be touching while I'm driving. Definitely not good. I'd rather just deal with the pain. It'll go away on its own anyway. I mean, it's already feeling better. I'm still limping some, but it's a lot. It's more bearable today than it was. I've always been a don't take meds I don't need to take kind of guy too. Unless I really feel like I need it, I'm not going to take them. Which of course reminds me, I still got to take my thyroid med too. Yuck. What in the hell? Yeah, I don't want to go this way. Southbound side of the 15 looks like crap. Guess I'll deal with it because don't have many better options here for as a truck. I can't go straight ahead. The only other option would be to turn left and go down to Bear Valley Road, but I'd probably have a better time just dealing with the traffic that I'm going to have and suck it up. Well, the reason why you're seeing that Swift is because there's that Swift terminal where I was parked, so yeah, they're a dime a dozen over here, unfortunately. There's another one right there on the, or there's actually two of them right here on the freeway too. One right there in front of me and another one about 3 trucks behind it. We'll get our share. Damn it. Yeah, this could just be localized stuff here too. I'm not sure, but is this big hauler gonna let me in, or do I gotta wait behind him? No, he's gonna make me get behind him, I think. There's a pig hauler right next to me on the left. He's got pigs in his trailer. After 1 p.m. local time here, Friday night or Friday evening, yeah, I guess definitely a reason for me to want to get down there and get back up here quickly. Deal with traffic. Yeah, since it is a Friday evening, I could take up to 395, I'll just get off of Main Street. Pretty good in length, surprisingly. It's I got six backings in it. And of course, the first part of it's not long, because it's just the backings themselves. I do, even though much of what I'm doing in there is, I think at least half the videos in there were straight backings. Although it could be, we got the environment for it to get hot right now with. There's many people on the road right now, probably a lot of people on the phone and kind of tying up the available cell antennas. Ridiculous. 20 miles an hour just to even get from Bear Valley to Main Street. Again? I think I see a C-17 flying around up there. Probably one of the March airplanes that I used to work on. Plainview, Texas, in between Amarillo and Lubbock. We're up to 30 miles an hour, almost 35. All it was about is this disabled car in the median. Seemed to be picking up speed now after we got past it. Well, we can keep this speed up. I'll just go ahead and stay running like I am. We got about an inch or two of accumulation at my house this morning. Of course, had more fall. It just didn't stay very long. Okay, more BS here again. Do you guys even get snow there in the UK, Lisa? I'd imagine you do, but I don't know. I know Germany gets plenty. Keep playing with this traffic, so I'm going to get off here at Main Street. Not sure what's going on here. This hour on a Friday shouldn't be this busy, so makes me think either the weather still issue, or which I don't think is the case, or accidents in the area or something. Too. We don't normally, we aren't so prone to getting snow, but because of my elevation, it's also not rare for us to get it either. So my house is around the 3,000 foot elevation level, which I guess for you, because you go in meters, I'm sure, I don't know, probably around 800 meters. Probably in that ballpark. I don't know what the exact translation is between about 3,000 feet and meters. I know it'll be under 1,000 meters though. Okay, green arrow. Everybody's just going shopping. Everybody here is coming into the Target shopping center. Maybe doing their post-Christmas sales or returning their Christmas gifts for other stuff. Donated. I'm on my way there. Helicopter flying around over here. Uh-oh, another Swift up on 395 there. Alright, those guys need to quit showing their faces. Hope you're gonna look before you go crossing the street, dude. Instead of watching your phone and crossing without having any idea what you're getting into. Still be those two same Swift trucks up there. That's all snow melt. Deliver this one going to, I think this is the one that was on 395. Don't count this one. Pretty sure it was the same Swift truck that I saw going up 395 when I was sitting at the light on Main Street. Forward now. I don't know if Abilene is getting fuel or can't tell if he's in the inside or not. Let me, just in case. Possible Abilene is just there waiting for the truck in front of to leave. I don't see inside though. Hey, get out of here. That's not what I was trying to do. Pilot app so I can set up my fuel purchase. And I said no. I can wait on def. Just need tractor and reefer. Okay. The tractor's rolling. Damn it. Freaking piece of shit thing doesn't accept mobile code entry, this one. Give me that crap. I'm gonna have to run inside to get my crap. Oh, come on. Oh, what the hell's going on? Yeah. still gotta get reefer fuel. Hang on. I'll explain all this later. Damn time. Probably going the same way as me. I can tell the day camper waiting in line in the lane next to me was getting pissed because the Abilene truck that was over there. Now, mind you, the Abilene truck was there when I got here. He was already at the fuel island. He's barely getting fuel right now. And I was getting upset too because first I set up my fuel purchase through the app, and so I got the code where I could have just put the code right in the machine and then had it authorize my fuel, but.
Which one out is 15 southbound? Anybody know? Is Rubberneck gonna only pass the scales there, driver? 15 the 15 bit. Yeah, I know.
Oh, come on. Looks like it's jammed all the way down. San Bernardino, so I can get rid of it. I'm gonna cheat and take side roads all the way up. Road.
Summit Avenue down there below Calm Pass.
The Summit Avenue is down there just before you get to the 15, reaches the 210.
I don't find no money. Well, just told me, man, the freeway shut down there on the northbound. Yeah, the Emerald Alert is saying 72 minutes from the 210 to Victorville. 72 minutes.
How's the road to Vegas? That's what I want to know.
Because Mountain Pass was closed.
The Mountain Pass ain't been closed all day.
The 395 exit now.
Hey, really good. You like one in a
Got another Swift.
Come in. The Mountain Pass was closed. All right.
Freaking serious? I get on that Oak Hill Road, but you see this road, this side street here, Amargosa Road is moving Rushes, Joshua, I think. It's moving a lot more nicely than the freeway is. Good thing. Okay, I do see a backup of a few cars trying to get on from the going across the freeway, but it's not that bad. So this will be will be less of a headache to get on the, at least to the on-ramp than it normally is. Oh, look at this snow. Well, not a fan of living in this, but it sure does look nice. Oh, look at this. This on a lot than I. Okay, anyway, with that fuel purchase, I had to go inside because the stupid thing wasn't taking my mobile code. Then when I get in there, the girl sets me up for tractor and def instead of tractor and reefer. But of course, I had to finish my tractor purchase first before I could realize that she set me up for def. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe she set me up for all three. So I get a couple gallons of def that I don't even need. Finish that, and then it says, thank you, come again, whatever, like I'm done. I'm like, I said that. probably be a little bit of a crawl, at least down to Cleghorn Road. I may get on to Cajon Boulevard, Cleghorn Road, and just take Cajon Boulevard down into San Bernardino. Doing 31 miles an hour. It's not too bad. Did you close the brake check area? Apparently so. Looks like they're reopening it right now. Just so you guys know, it's pretty bright out here. I can't see very well what the text is saying, so just plan on checking it out later or whatever. Eric, if you want to call, chit chat for a few, you're welcome to. Shouldn't be a big deal here. Why are we still doing 40? Oh, he's just... No problem, Eric. Are you going west or east? Because I might be going that way. I don't want to deal with the Cajon Pass going northbound, so when I come back, when it's time, when I'm done picking up my load, so I might just take 10 across. West to Riverside, okay. Probably cross paths with you then. Not guaranteed yet, but decent chance I might. If I decide to go that way, we'll definitely cross. Weather conditions will probably be better further south. So you had an hour to wait on recaps or what? Come back over here because that way when I get to Cleghorn Road, I don't want it to be trying to battle my way back into this lane to if I decide I want to get off the freeway at Cleghorn. Really on time if you leave at midnight mountain time, then it's about 300 miles. Foot's a little sore again, mainly the front. Got 3 more new subs, huh? Last time I looked, I was at 772, I think. So it's interesting to see it consistently growing. Yeah, but see, Eric, when you leave at midnight Mountain Time, you're leaving there at 11 p.m. California time. That means you have barely 6 hours between when you leave and when you're supposed to be there. Good practice is to try to plan on being there an hour before your appointment time, not right at your appointment time. You'll probably get a fast and pull there too. There, where'd you pick up, Seguin? Because I ain't usually the Seguin to Riverside loads. They will do pull and fast for you there. Alright, we're at the runaway truck ramp now on in the Cajon Pass. And you have yeah, but then you can actually stay. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you're going to get on the 215 north from the 60 for just one exit, which is less than a mile. All right. Yeah, I thought I'd probably consider going that way too. But yeah, that's close to 300 miles. So where about you parked over at TA? Oh, oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Like the spots that are right there in front of the like the Iron Skillet or whatever, or I mean the Country Pride, whatever. All right, cool. Yeah, because I might go that way to one avoid the whatever road conditions I might have on 40, and then I don't want to deal with the Cajon Pass going up because I mean, it's already 2 p.m. here. And by the time I start coming back up through here, it'll probably be like 4 o'clock, and I'm just not interested in dealing with that. Uh, uh, you're, you're you're speaking to the choir here. You know, I used to be stationed in Tucson, right? I know very, very well about Arizona and its no non-observance of daylight savings. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's even more like it'll throw you off when it's right after a time change too. Yeah. So where'd you pick up, Sakine? Yeah, I figured. Yeah, it was you just came off home time to get it, I assume. Yeah, so I don't know if you caught what exactly happened with this load. Oh, okay. Okay, so you're not even sure how we ended up with the pallet or anything. Okay, so you remember on the 23rd I had two deliveries, one in Eastville and then the other one in Santa Clarita. Okay, I get to Santa Clarita. You'd expect that their pallet will be on the back of the trailer or back of what's left. Yeah, guess again. But of course, we didn't know that, and the receiver not doing a good detailed inventory before releasing me to leave did not help that situation. So what really happened was okay. So when I first got back there, 'cause I didn't dock into the door, I just went into their parking lot, and then the guy brought a pallet jack to me. Basically lifted the pallet jack into the trailer, and then I grabbed the pallet that I thought was his. Because why the hell else would their pallet be anywhere but in the back? Hmm. So yeah, and then the pallet on the left said stop three on it, and then the two pallets that were in the next row up said stop three, and the one that was on the right did not say anything. So I figured, okay, that must be the one coming here to Santa Clarita. So I grabbed that pallet and bring it back to the back of the trailer for him, and he takes it inside and all that, and then he comes back out, gets the pallet jack. I go back in, I climb out, go meet him back inside the warehouse, and he's starting to count the pallets, but he's like kind of confused on the way it's arranged, like trying to figure out how many are on each, and it seems like he's not. For some reason, he's getting this impression that it's not 80 cases, that it might be more. Good reason to do a good thorough count. And so he said, yeah, I'll just go ahead and sign it so I can get you out of here. And then, I'll put subject account on the thing and let you get out of here. No. First stop went perfectly. Nothing wrong whatsoever with first stop. Second stop, it's a Santa Clarita stop because remember I have three drops. I mean, okay, Santa Clarita, I gave him the pallet that I thought was supposed to be his because of where it was positioned in the load. But he didn't do a good inventory on it to verify that that really was what he was expecting, or that was his pallet. So what happens is the next morning I go to LA to make my last delivery, which was basically East LA, real close to downtown. And it turns out okay, they were supposed to take 13 pallets, and when they're finally done, the guy comes back out with my bills and says, "Yeah, we got a bit of a problem here. It's said one, we're missing a pallet with 112 cases on it, and two, we got a pallet here that doesn't belong to us. It's like 80 cases on it." And then they said, "Yeah, we only ordered chicken, and this pallet that's in your trailer has ham." So I was like, great. So he suggested to me I go ahead and bring my BOL from the previous drop-in because he had reason to think it was that it belonged to them. Yeah, and it turned out he was right. It was what was in the trailer was an exact match to my Santa Clarita drop load. So I ended up leaving with the Santa Clarita pallet still on my trailer, and because Santa Clarita was still open until noon, so they when I talked to them, they said, "Yeah, if you can get here before noon, we'll go ahead and take it." So all right, because it was like barely after 10 a.m. So I get up there to Santa Clarita, which was not even an hour drive, and I give them their pallet. Then I took the pallet that got offloaded there that was not supposed to be. And by the way, when I was in LA, the receiver there told me that the pallet that didn't belong to them was like 3 rows up from where the back was. It was like 3 or 4 rows up. It was like right in the middle of where everything else was. I was like, God. So yeah, so basically Tyson messed up or well, somebody at Tyson, I should say. I wouldn't necessarily say Tyson. He's kind of yeah, yeah, exactly. Or whoever did the picking didn't label them correctly or something. I don't know, but whatever it was, there was some confusion created at the on at Tyson's end, and then adding in the guy in Santa Clarita didn't do a good inventory to make sure that he actually was signing for his product and not someone else's. So quite a mess. Oh, I can handle rain. I just don't want to drive through icy roads if I don't need to. Oh, got another Swift going the other way. I I'm going to take the Home Boulevard down. And I'm moving like 40 miles an hour right now, but I can see it's like its usual stop and go and spots, whatever. And when I looked at the traffic conditions, it looked like it was slow all the way down to the 215 interchange. It makes me wonder if that guy was right, the one on the CB saying something over at Summit Avenue. And I do see some traffic coming down the southbound on Cajon. I see a lot of it coming up, now coming northbound. A pain in the ass. So I had to run my APU the whole time I was home just to make sure I wasn't gonna come back to a dead truck. It's like not going there again. Not until I get my batteries checked out. Okay, scenic route again. Cajon Boulevard. Let's see if we can, yeah, no, I probably won't be able to. There's probably too much traffic northbound for any traffic behind me to try to pass me and get nailed by a CHP for speeding again. Were you watching? No. Last time I came down this way and I was streaming live, it was earlier in the morning. I had a bunch of cars behind me. And now, mind you, it's a 55 zone, and I was doing like 57, 58. Yeah, when the two cars went go, actually three of them I think went flying past me, and then the CHP lit up two of them. Oh, that was funny. Yeah. Look at this crowd of northbound cars. Now this actually contributes to the problem with the bottleneck on the 15 freeway though, because everybody trying to get onto the 15 and dealing with all the trucks that are in the right lane trying to get over to the way station or whatever, it creates a big bottleneck. Yeah, they should. Yeah, they should really do like what most states do is just put the damn way station near the state lines, and anybody coming into the state has to go through the way station. It's like maybe get rid of that station and put one on the westbound side of 40. That would be the smarter thing to do. And then maybe add in an extra lane there so the traffic getting on at Cleghorn can go straight up to 138 without having to intermix with the trucks also. I think that's making too much sense though. Oh, but there was going down the Cajon path and below 45, and I first people don't teach that shit, so people who get impatient, all of us look stupid. Too slow. It's like, damn. All right, I am at Kenwood Avenue. Damn. All right, I am at Kenwood Avenue. I'm gonna go straight. I'm gonna stay down. Maybe get on at Glen Helen. If I don't like the traffic at Glen, I'll just stay on Cajon all the way in. Yeah, I could even get all the way into San Bernardino. That's also. Oh yeah, it's like an. That's why it's good to mute the feed when you're on the phone with before they closed. So and then yesterday I had the whole OS&D process. Are you kidding me? So I got a bad right foot. And you're trying to ask me to climb into a trailer to get pictures that it's not easy for me to get into right now. And I ended up taking my daughter with me and had her get the pictures instead. Okay. Southbound looks okay. I just saw some traffic over there. So, but looks like I have a little bit of a pain in the butt here on Glen Helen Parkway just for a moment. All right. Yeah, anyway, they ended up finally telling me that they want me to donate it instead of try to reattempt delivery. Come on. I can't make the turn if you guys keep making the freaking right. All right, fuck you guys. I'm blocking the intersection. You guys keep making this right turn right here, and I have no chance ever to try to make the turn without blocking the intersection. So piss off. That's why you're not supposed to enter the intersection until you can clear it, including you right turning bastards. Stupid ass four wheelers. Yeah, I can be an asshole if I have to be. Not my preferred way to play, but I will be one if I have to. All right. Come on, dude. Son of a bitch. I forgot to turn my Jake brake off. Dude, you see my turn signal. You know I'm getting on the damn southbound freeway. Don't sit there and keep looking stupid like you're waiting for me. These people make me laugh. Yeah. Oh, hey, I need to go. My Shay's calling me. All right. Hello.
Hey, are you empty?
I'm trying to get to. Let me switch to Bluetooth. Didn't know where it was supposed to go. All right, you there? No, I'm still on my way to the food bank. I called them up earlier though. Remember, because I was saying I'm not going to move my truck until I know what I was doing for reload. And then once Teresa called me and asked me about that Plainview load, then I basically got ready to roll. So I didn't want to have my 14 burning down, playing the waiting game. So I did talk to the food bank though, and they said they will be able to take my product, and I need to be there before 4 o'clock. I'll be there in less than, I'd say maybe about 15 minutes from now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm on the north end of San Bernardino right now. Yeah, will do. No problem. Bye. Yeah, plenty of traffic out here. This much traffic moving, I'll probably just pick up the pace a little bit, so I make it easier on the trucks that are following me too. All right, exit 50, Palm Avenue, Kendall Drive coming up next, over by Cal State San Bernardino. Well, not quite, I guess a little bit north. Because University Avenue is where Cal State is off of. Sure, I'm going to take 10 across. I don't think I really want to deal with this bullshit here. Okay, I got three sedans and a pickup over here on the on-ramp. So the first of the two sedans will be the only real concern. Particularly this red Kia. You better hurry up, dude. You better hit your fucking gas pedal. There's all that space in front of me. You got no business going that damn slow getting on the freeway. Damn it, there's another Swift coming northbound. So I'm not slowing my ass down for your ass because you're too stupid to find your gas pedal. There's another Swift. What is up with Swift all day today? Is that like 8 Swifts versus not a single JCT now? This is an outrage. course, if I take the 10 freeway, we're going to go into the Swift Snake Pit. Since Swift is based in Phoenix.
The next morning, if your blood sugar's taking all night to drop down like that, it gets that high. Yeah, you got issues. Definitely. No, and a little bit, you know, wasn't bad. Within a couple hours after drinking it, was back to work.
That's alright, Eric. We can still play the other game. How many times you beat Ice and how many times Ice beats you?
It should be normal every morning, you know, when you wake up without exercise. But if you exercise, it should it helps get your insulin moving in your own body. So that's the biggest thing is getting your insulin to work, get working. You got most people have insulin in their body, just trying to get it to work.
Alright, this time of day there's gotta be some JCT trucks leaving Colton and coming up this way.
But yeah, the carbohydrates do.
Gotta see somebody sooner or later.
When it goes in your body, big time.
The amount of loads we pick up out of Colton, gotta be somebody. Starting to run out of exits to work with though before I get off the freeway to get over to the food bank. What's the fastest route from Colton to where? New Caney? There's another Swift. Damn it. I don't know where New Caney is. You're going to have to explain that one. Texas. Where in Texas is it though? Texas is huge. And it really depends on where in Texas it is for me to give you a good answer on that. Just north of Houston, that's a no-brainer then. Just go straight across I-10 the entire way. Mill Street, 2.25 miles. That's the street I'm planning on taking. What's up? What's up? Okay. Okay. Sounds good. And then, yeah, and then I'll send a loaded call when I get that load out of the drop yard. All right. Cool. Bye bye. Mill Street, half a mile. Damn it, I need to get over, but I'm not going to battle this on-ramp traffic yet. I got a pickup coming behind me. You better see my damn my turn signal, you shithead. So there was another, not just the pickup that was already in the lane, but there was another one getting on the freeway at the on-ramp. This guy passed me on the left now. It's like, dude, I got my turn signal on for a reason. I'm trying to get off the freeway here. Good timing. I'll see how much all the traffic lights on Mill Avenue or Mill Street, whatever, cooperate. Yeah, you pretty much have to be an asshole to handle this traffic. You can't be intimidated by it. You gotta be assertive at the very least, if not aggressive. Let's see. I think a maintenance truck in this lane. I think it's this lane. I'll move over just in case. Yeah, lane's closed. This guy's gonna need to get in front of me anyway. When it comes to any traffic, drive a tank. There you go. You have to become one of them. This guy going straight or turning right? Yeah, he's going straight. That's what I expected. Driveway over here, it can be a little pain in the ass. It's Mill Avenue, Inland Center Drive, and East Street, all in one. exercise my my foot because the ligaments are all tight, whatever, from the injury. Oh, that's nice. You guys don't know how to leave a driveway open so people can get in and out. Well, we got a green light up here, but it'll take a minute for the traffic to move. Tom Imus died. Interesting. That's that sock, whatever you call it, sock DJ or whatever his name is. I know he's a controversial guy. I remember he's the, isn't he the one who called the, like, it's something like Rutgers women's basketball team or whatever the hell it was. He made some racially insensitive joke about them. That's the same guy, right? Maximum cleavage. I guess this intersection will take some patience to get through. I could always stick my arse out the window too. Come on, mate. How much longer are you gonna be red? Thank you. Jackass. You're assuming that she'd be exposing her butt. She doesn't have to be exposing it. She could be wearing something. You guys would still get off on that. Alright. Now the big problem intersection's done. It'll be just a bunch of little more small nuisance intersections to deal with. Arrowhead coming up here. And we'll have Waterman after that. coming up. Okay, I'm expecting that'll be a pretty tight driveway to turn into, so I'll probably have to cut across some of the lanes on Tippecanoe to get into it, but once I'm in the lot, it should be easy. There's go all the way to the back of the lot, and there's a warehouse area there with where trucks can back in and actually can dock in and make their deliveries or pickups, whatever they're doing. Doolittle Drive. There we go. And I want to just turn green here. It's Lena Road. Getting real close to Tippecanoe because I can see the Stater Brothers distribution center ahead. Thanks for camping out next to me so I couldn't avoid the pothole. I'll remember that. Okay, one right turn lane. Turn from a green to yellow. Okay, it's pretty close here on the right side. There'll be a U.S. Forest Service building over here, and then just after it will be the food bank. Green light on the other street. Looks like we're clear here. Okay, I can see the Forest Service sign up here just before the light. Right after it. San Bernardino County Preschool Services. It's either this driveway or the next one. I think it's this one. Yeah, this should be it. Warehouse should be right back there in the back. No, is that it? Might be. Just a little short of space there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that warehouse right there in front of me is where I'm trying to get to. Yeah, food bank right lane. And I guess there's supposed to be a gate attendant right here on the right side next to that stop sign. Next to the fence. And we'll come out and tell me what to do. Signee. And some arrival call. So 1227 at 1450.
All right, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing? I got a pallet with chicken to bring in.
Okay. What's your name, sir?
Scott?
I hate to try to tell you where to park because I had a few people park today and they came out and moved them. So if you want to, one time they just pull in and they'll put a pallet. But I thought they were going to do that this morning. Then they had somebody move so they can offload one pallet. So if you want to wait, you can just put your truck here and walk over to the office.
Sure. Yeah, if that makes sense.
That way they can tell you what to do.
Sure. And the office is over here on the right or over here? The office is over here or over here?
No, we're all over here.
Over on the right.
Move
Okay.
back.
Okay. And you said stay and leave my truck right here or move it over here?
Right here, put it
Okay, cool. Thanks. Alright, we check the part of the manifest that has the rejected load. I'll be back. I gotta go up there and check in. to try to get into this door next to the Stater Brothers trailer because it is open. There is another one over here on the other end, it looks like, but it's, let's see what I can do with this. Might be a little bit of a challenge with that street van over there, though. Come in here as wide as I can. See if I can use this space here behind this street van first. Nope. I don't have enough room. Well, actually, I might. Once I get clear of this. Nah. That won't work, but I can make it. I think I can make it work by coming over here. Get my doors open. So it turns out that other door on the far end is not even on their side of the building. And so he's over there. Oh yeah, this is no problem here. Let's go. Just a little more space here. It's see the shadow. This guy's coming. Oh yeah, definitely. Got it. I'd rather be a little further from that. I'm gonna do see if I make better use of this space here. Bit of a 3-point turn because I gotta get my trailer in a better position relative to the door. So I was tracking a little bit too much toward the truck over there. be all right. Just gotta watch my header board and watch the front of my tractor by this dumpster. Close to this. The trailer's starting to track a little bit too much toward the side now, so I'm going to create a little more space with a 2-point turn. Probably do a few of these. Yeah, I'll get what I can out of this and then get my tractor further over to the left. I'm clear of the other trailer, or the other truck. I gotta set myself up for another turn. Double check what I have there. Well, this is definitely a fun one. I'm clear of the truck up there, but I'm definitely close to him. Come over this way to try to keep my tandems close to that side of the lane. So I get it to track more toward the Stater Brothers trailer. Too far. Yeah. Trailer was rotating more heavily than I expected it to. Oh, this is much better. Yeah, and I'm clear of all the stuff on the other side. Starting to track toward the Stater Brothers trailer, and I don't want it to. I can correct it coming back. Okay, now I'll set myself up for a pull forward and I don't have room to work with, so now I can track off to the right. Alright, I got a ton of room over here by the Stater Brothers trailer. plate. Thought I was lined up with the dock plate on the right side, and then it turns out I'm not lined up with the dock plate on the driver's side. Definitely not your everyday Scott backing. Tandems look like they're centered now. Much better. We have a winner. Well, yeah, bump the dock. Alright. Make sure I'm on the status I need. Of course you're burning up my drive time, you asshole. Because I didn't change my status to yard move. Alright. So yeah, we'll have some footage of that. Yeah, definitely a fun little challenge there. Alright, I'm in the door. I'm going to go ahead and head inside. Assuming I'll have to go in there or whatever. See you on the field. We are done here. And pull forward, close my doors, and make the very, very short trip to the drop yard. You'd be amazed at how close this place is to our drop yard. Hey, what's up, Jesse? See if I have room to work with there. Semi-empty call and get out of here. Oh yes. No. That's at 3. Yeah. Real good here. Plenty of space to work with on the left side of my trailer, which is the side that I won't be able to see when I stop. Where I tell you, trying to set my gauge back to where I want it. Just gotta make sure my tandems clear this tractor over here, which looks like they already are. Do kind of a jackknife turn here though, because I want to make sure my tandems will clear this island over here too. Should be all right. checking this fire hydrant over here, make sure I'm gonna stay clear of it. And it looked like, you know, I might just barely touch the curve over here, but yeah, I try to be nice to these tires as much as I can. Alright, we're good. One-way street though. It means I'm forced to turn in the direction I don't want to turn. I need to go north, not south. So I'll have to take a bit of a circular route to get back to the yard. Central across. We can take Central over and then one of the other streets back up to Mill and then come back across Mill. I cannot see around these trucks over here making the right, so I'm gonna wait. Good thing I did. Is this Sunday going across? Still got green arrow, or green on the other side, so. Right here, so it's definitely a truck friendly spot. It's like Coles over here on the left. I guess I should slow down, it's a 40 zone. I don't think that goes through, so oh, it's leaning. Alright, so I could have gone that way, but so it looked like it's residential on the north half of that street, so it would really be a little more appropriate for me to come over here to Waterman anyway. Assuming this is Waterman, I don't know, might be Arrowhead. What is this? That is Waterman. So even though I could have turned onto that other road there, it's not as appropriate as a road for a truck to be on as Waterman Avenue is. Take this, make this turn and then go back up, or go straight up to 3rd. I'll go ahead and make the turn here. Turn like that, you gotta be be really quick with where you're looking, by the way, if you want to get into trucking or new at trucking. Because I had to be aware of where the front of my truck was in relation to the island and the sign there on the island, but I also have to watch my tandems. Alright, at Mill and Doolittle now. We turn left onto Tippecanoe when we get up there. These cars know their lane's ending. Our lane's going to be blocked in a second. One more over here on the right. Yeah, utility truck was gonna pass me on the right, and then he realized that that lane's blocked. Dumbass. I'm not talking about a Honda or whatever guy is in front of me. I'm talking about the Toyota Prius or whatever the hell it was. There's a black one that went back there to the... Thought he was going to try to pass me on the right when he was already behind me. And even knowing that the lane was blocked, he still was over there. Like, oh, okay, I'll play this game. I'll teach you better than to try to go past me on the right. So I accelerated fast to make sure he couldn't. Now hiring. Interline. Barnett, U.S. Lock, and Wilmer. Okay, it appears they've not sent me my load assignment yet for my reload, so if it doesn't come in, I'm not going to know where I'm not going to know what trailer to grab when I do get there. Two more lights up here. First one will be Rialto Avenue, and then the next one will be 3rd. I'll be turning right onto 3rd, and then the very next light after that will be Del Rosa. I'll turn right again, and the first driveway on the right side will be Art Townsend, and that'll be where our drop yard is. Why am I seeing? Oh, is that just people in the parking lot or what? It looked like people were going slow or something. Yeah, I don't think this green arrow is going to stay green for me. Of course not. Why would I expect anything different? Indonesian cuisine. I don't think I've ever had Indonesian food before. Kind of curious what that's like. here at the light, so I don't really care. No sense going all the way over there to the core part of the lane when I'm turning anyway. Oh, these FedEx contractor trucks here. JCT coming at us. Finally, another JCT truck. Empty. Nice. Trailers in this lot over here to my left. Normally I don't see trailers parked right up here against the sidewalk there. Going on here? You might as well go into that other yard over there and just drop it over there. I look like I can just drop my empty over there next to that other JCT as well. Please send in the donation receipt, take a picture of it, and send to OS&D. Donation receipt should include case count for product code and Tyson as the donor. Seen our trailers stacked that deep. Wow. Holy crap. I guess wants to go ahead and drop this one where he just pulled out of. Tight one because I got a light pole on one side and then another JCT trailer on the other side. Trying to get it angling a little bit toward the light pole so I know what I'm working with. Need more angle there. Yeah, once. See where I'm. Oh yeah, I got plenty of room over here. That should work. Come on. Dropped and clown's gonna ever send me my load assignment. Carl, you know what tandems are. Yes, no, so 30. I normally like to drop empties clean, but not going to go a few miles out of the way to get a trailer washed out when we get trailers. They have people who do the washouts right here. So I'm just going to send my drop empty, and then if they ever send me my info on my load assignment, so I know what the hell trailer to look for, I can go hook up to it and get out of here. I'm guessing our afternoon guys are probably a little busy right now. Or I should say our nighttime, night dispatch people, whatever. So at the moment, it's just basically a waiting game for them to send me my load info, so I go look for the trailer over here. It should be over here in somewhere here in our yard. Yeah, I send them a freeform asking, hey, I need my load info so I know what trailer to grab on the way out of here. But because I already sent my empty call, and the fact that I've gotten nothing back tells me either the night dispatch people are slacking or they're overloaded with stuff. So I guess I can go and I can always take my SD card, put it in my tablet, and save my backing footage from that docking over there, as well as this one here, and then that way I don't have to worry about trying to save it, because I only saved the first part or the last part of the docking over there. Ankle hurts. Yeah, I'm running out of space here too. Well, I think once that backing video gets to compiling, which it is a little more than halfway done. Let's see, anything else I can get? I think that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can get rid of that one. Not very small, not very big though. I guess make a new folder. 27. It's like 15:07 this afternoon. So I need to go to 14:57 and save that. Because when I hit the little save part in there, it'll save the part of the video that I into another folder and not overwrite it, but But when I first got over there, I didn't hit the save button, so I gotta make sure I get that footage before I let it get overwritten. So that's kind of why I'm doing this now. Not to mention, I didn't do anything with this one, so I'll see, it should be it there. Did you update your truck list yet? What part of it? Are you talking about the trucks that we've seen here? No. Not a big deal. I'll update later on. Yeah, because I usually write them down or whatever, but I haven't done that. Okay, so I want to make sure I save 1447. Maybe put it in the RO folder though. Then I can get to it later. Out of here. 1547. Still waiting on them to send my information. Okay, that's not it. I'm already in the door. Aha. This should be good. Or the one of them. 1537. Alright. Speak. Oh, forgot. I meant to eject my SD card so I can put it on. Yeah, I got your new truck number, Eric. I forget what color and. You're on a Kenworth, I think, right? Isn't it a silver Kenworth? Or is it something else? Damn it. Come on. Alright, let's pull this footage. Yeah, I thought it was a silver Kenworth. I wasn't certain though. Figured with a truck number, it's more than likely a Kenworth. I just don't know what color. Yeah, I've never made a name for my trailers. I mean, for my trucks, and I don't plan to make one for us. So. Just truck. Silver Fox. Still can't decide. Now that's an idea, I guess, if you want to name it. I figured if I was going to make a name for mine at all, I'd just call it Pete, because it is a Pete. It's something simple. It's like it's just something. It's a tool to get my job done. So my foot is hurting a little bit. So what's happening here? Because you guys know I'm having I had the plantar fasciitis problem, whatever. So what happened is, but the way let me turn this around instead of looking all up at you guys like that. Right up in here, all the ligaments are sore because of the way I'm compensating. The way I was compensating for the arch injury. So now I gotta just keep stretching. I think stretching it out, and then just give it time. I think more rest too will help. Still nothing from them. I don't know what the holdup is here. No, actually I have more of a mild arch. The only reason I know that is because I went through MIPS, or Military Entrance Processing Station, or whatever it's called. Before I got in the military, they do all that kind of stuff, and they documented that I have a mild arch. Cool deal, Carl. Where are you on your way back to Council Bluffs then, I assume? It sucks. We're not really supposed to camp out here, but I don't know what trailer to grab because they're not giving us the damn giving me my information. Trying to get everybody that's coming out of home time a load. Yeah. Oh, now I got a new message. Let's see what it is. I'm not going to sit here and wait for it to show up on my Qualcomm. It isn't at yard yet, so can't send it. Yeah. Alright, I'll just... I guess I'll leave the yard for a bit and then... Alright. I'll have to go camp out across the street. Wait for this thing to show up. I will personally convey, since I will be moving for personal reasons. Now, I'm not going to another truck stop, because as soon as that thing shows up here, I want to grab it. So I'm going to come over here and just hang out of the way. We're not supposed to be camping out in front of our trailers, so I'm going to get out of the way and just wait for it to show up. Should be at least 4 JCT trucks now. There was the guy sitting already parked over there earlier, and then there was the guy who pulled out of the spot. Yeah, the same spot that I backed into, and then there was the guy who just showed up there and is in the middle of dropping his trailer. Dude, there's a reason I'm over here. And then there was also the guy who was leaving the yard at the same time I was trying to come in. got another container coming in. Okay. So he's making him back up. Actually gonna turn it into there, huh? I think I'd ever seen nobody take a trailer into there. Just let them know if any information they give on the truck number or trailer number to watch for, and when they load out and depart or whatever, be appreciated, so I know who to look for and when. But I also told them I know they can be pretty busy, so if they can't give me the information, so be it. I think there's another container on the road waiting to come in too. Yeah, it's just this hub group one that I saw earlier, and damn it, now here come, you guys gotta be kidding me. I got two more trying to come in here now. And a JCT bobtail. I'm just gonna go off duty then and wait. I'm not gonna burn PC time watching container after container come in here. Alright, he's gonna let me come in next. Yeah, and this guy's backing his trailer in here next to me, so gonna add to the challenge of me trying to get out of here. Fucking kidding me. Sneak up in here to the fucking bullshit. Alright, got another incoming message. Alright, they show at the yard or close by. It's 3161. Trailer you're looking for 7119. Okay. Holy shit, can this be any more of a clusterfuck? Okay, they'll have to come from right in front of me, so perfect. And I know for sure I've not seen 3161 here yet, so alright, I'm gonna go off duty. Alright, I guess I don't know, maybe I'll leave the phone facing the direction it is. That way, if I do show up, you'll see it too. Oops, come on. Let's cross the gate going 98. I said let them truckers roll. Is that part of that song Convoy or something? It's I know you're doing a reference to something. I don't know if it's the Convoy song or from the movie Convoy or something else. Okay, truck number is L3161. It should be a white Freightliner based on that truck number. Trailer number is 7119. The truck that came in was 4057 or something like that. 3161's an older one. It's from back in the day when they were all white Freightliners, so I'm certain it's going to be a white Freightliner. Alright, welcome. Have a good night, Jordan. Now, I think Jordan is one of the guys I met at the quarterly dinner the other night, or last week, whatever. So turn that off. Okay, so you'll eventually come from over here where the Arco station is. Same exact route I came, because you can't come into the yard from this side because the island here, there's no way you can make a left turn into here. So the only way in is if you come from 3rd Avenue, 3rd Street over here in Del Rosa. So I know for sure they'll come in that side. Ellie had truck after truck. Yeah, that was a pain in the butt. I think I might take my shoe off here while I'm waiting too, because it's... Ow. I might even ask the guy when he shows up. Oh, no, he probably won't want to, because he'd have to blindside into here or something, but I wouldn't be against telling the guy when he shows up, hey, if you just want to drop it right here, I'll take it. It'd probably make his job a lot easier too, unless he's gonna go grab another trailer out of the yard and. At least you wouldn't have to worry about backing it anywhere. Oh yeah, mine's a 3300 and mine's a 2016. So I'm almost certain, yeah, that one's going to be a 2014 or 15 Freightliner. And with that truck number, and it's the original driver too. So it's someone who's been with us a while, probably a local. I think I've seen it too before. Let's see if I have it in my list. $31.61 I have indeed seen, and it is indeed a white Freightliner. Pretty certain it's a local. Being out or near the yard, it sure is taking a while. Here comes another container coming in from 3rd Street. What's a tandem? Alright, Carl. Is that an inside joke to something somebody asked you or something? Because I know better. I know you know what that is. Or what tandems is. What tandems are, whatever. It's got to be some kind of inside story to it, unless you're really trying to pretend like you're a dummy. Which I don't know about that. Alright, so let's face it, Carl. You've been in the industry a lot longer, and you look like you've been in the industry longer. Nothing against you, but come on, you'd expect someone like Eric to ask you that. You know, someone who's, barely been in the industry at all, or have fun with you, Eric. But seriously, I would expect someone who looks a little more akin to Eric, or somebody who doesn't drive a truck for a living, to ask that kind of question. Definitely not somebody who's been on the, who's looking like you probably know a little something about something. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. That's you, Carl. Is that the State Farm guy? Carl, you pillock. What is a pillock? Sucks I can't see around. Oh, it's farmers. That's it. I can't see around too far down the road over there because the drop trailer's all in the other part of the drop lot. Alright, so any of you guys who know anything about Air Force at all? There we go. Okay, see that control tower there? That's where San Bernardino Airport is. Why is it? Alright. Noun, pillock, plural pillocks, Britain, mildly derogatory, a stupid or annoying person. Simpleton or fool. Okay, interesting. You bloody pillock. Why did we lose that lot? I'm not really sure if it's because Amazon wanted it or if the airfield wanted it or something. I'm not. Good question. I'd rather go back to that lot than this one. This one here sucks. Now that other one there was big, had a lot of space. A lot easier to back into spots, a lot more roomy. And honestly, it's easier to get on and off the freeway over there at the 210 and 5th Avenue, 5th Street, whatever. Comes another day cab with a container. Look at that Schneider day cab. Yeah, I might look as a shithead. Alright. Now, just to be sure, because if they said that he was already shown here at the lot or nearby and it hasn't shown up yet, I'm kind of wondering if he's already shown up here, but I just didn't send the drop call or whatever. Maybe they haven't processed it yet. I don't know. And you parked overnight without having to worry about getting your bumper ripped off. Yeah, that's true. I think once this, once these guys clear out, I might go over there and talk to the gate guard and see if that trailer's come in here yet. No, I don't have his info. But the gate guard writes down every truck and trailer that comes in and out of here. So if it came back in here anytime at all, he'll have it on his records. So I'm gonna get out and go up there and talk to them real quick. Game guard says that the 7119 is still here, or that it is here and it's empty though. Status. Hurry up, and want to sit here and look at a drop-down menu for 10 seconds. Wouldn't say they lied to me, but they definitely got bad information, it sounds like. Cool, thanks, Lisa. Several spots it could be, though. See how he's looking at the seal on it? So normally if it comes in loaded, he'll write down the seal number on his document there, and then they put it in the computer. Yeah, I'll double check, but yeah, because you usually, because if it had come in here loaded, you would have written down the seal and put it in there like you just did him, right?
Yeah, exactly. I would have checked everything. Whoever logged it in, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll find out what's going on with my dispatch.
It's probably loaded and is waiting there for you, maybe. Hopefully.
Yeah, thanks. Doesn't look like it's on the back wall, but there is a few which I have missed. Yeah, most of these trailers I see up against the wall there they all have the reefers running, and I'm expecting a dry trailer. Or the loads out of Mirror Loma are always dry loads, so. I see 7179. $7176. Alright, they just sent me another message. Look for truck 3161. Can he it and shows there. Okay, well, 3161, he's probably parked over here in the bobtail area where the... Let me check. I can't see behind that drop trailer over there back now, facing sideways. register. Alright, so let's see. I see 717. Okay, now Teresa, that's the planner or whatever, who gave me the pre-plan. She got a result. Now, the driver of the local truck that supposedly brought it, his truck is here, right over here to my left. Yeah, they got it loaded to me now. Let's see what trailer am I looking for now. Supposedly it's 7119. Now I got 7179 right here next to me, but now the driver supposedly brought the trailer earlier today, and he's already been gone for several hours. In fact, the driver whose truck I'm looking for is parked right next to the guy I was just talking to. He's another local driver. So the other local driver, I tried calling Ken, the driver of the truck that supposedly was bringing my load, and found out, yeah, he already left here a few hours ago, and that he's done for the day. So, and then he called dispatch and ended up getting in touch with Teresa, which is the same lady who gave me the pre-plan for this load. So that helps. Got a container out now. They got plenty of room there. So I just gotta wait for this thing to come through my Qualcomm. We're looking here, and then because they did give me the load assignment now, so it means they took it off of him. Now the other driver, I guess, did do his macro to drop it, but I guess it never got picked up by the other people. 7119. Or am I not convinced? I'm just curious. No, 7179's got its reefer running, so not going to be that one. Oh, it's right here next to the light pole. Let's see if this really is loaded or empty. Alright, if it's loaded, the bills will be on the bill box up there, more than likely. Full load of fuel. I don't know if it's empty or loaded now. It is loaded. It has a seal on it. And open the vent door. Yep, it's definitely loaded. So we have a winner. I'll get it hooked up. I'm assuming I won't be able to get out of this spot until these guys in front of me are done. What they're doing is transloading. You see how they're buttered up against the other trailer? So what they're doing is transloading some of the load out of that trailer and putting it into this one. While I was over there talking to the local driver, they had that same, the yard dogs had that same trailer buttered up against another trailer to transload there too. Not sure what the deal is there, but it's easier for me to hook up when I don't have this out there. I don't have a good stand. That's Scotty skills, not Scott skills. Alright, I'm gonna go hook up. Is this order number 8375? Good. 8375. This is my loaded call. Total weight 18,270. Typical weight for them. Usually not very heavy loads. Total outbound pallets 11. General merch. $7119. Seal number 08 or 6. Cross my damn eyes and figure out if that's an 8 or a 6. I think it's an 8. Better go double check what it says on the actual seal to be sure it's what it really is. Yeah, back. Yeah, that's right. Alright, so that was the right seal number that I had. I'm gonna need to make room here. So I get around this pole up here, so I got all kinds of room over here on my driver's side, so try to draw my tandems over to this side of the more room over here to this side. I think that should be plenty. pretty tight turn here. It's clear the light pole, I think, but see if I can stay clear of the. Yeah. Alright, very good. Frickin' sucks. I can't get out of this damn lot fast enough. Damn it. Okay, which way is this container going? Is it going past me or turning? He's coming by me. What a fucking joke. He's waiting anyway. I might as well pull forward and get up into this next groove. Great. I don't know if he's gonna have room to get by me now with these freaking cones in the way. I can and make sure my tandems are clear of that. Scott? That turns out it was actually loaded, not empty.
It's loaded? That was a fuck up. Whoever loaded that in.
Yeah, and then our dispatch didn't even process the, because the guy sent the macro to drop it, but our dispatch people never processed it.
Fuck.
Pressure.
You just get to see on the back.
I gotta change my status from PC to off duty or whatever, so I think it'll actually put me into drive mode, and then get my seatbelt on also. There hasn't been any more of a cluster or bullshit for this. So glad to be done with this. Alright, 5 p.m. Gonna have some traffic, so now normally you'd want to take you might want to take Tippecanoe all the way down, but I don't want to go that way, so I'm gonna come back up to 3rd. And then take 3rd all the way to the east until I get to Palm Avenue, or, oh, actually, no, yeah. Palm Avenue, which is the same street as Alabama Street off of the 10. Go up to 5th Street and then get on there at 5th. Be less of a headache. Traffic conditions look like in the past, though. Yeah, I'm not taking the pass. Look like the 10 will have its share of problems, but I think 10 will be less headache. And the other thing that's really bad about that whole situation is that me sitting there waiting for nothing, it takes time off my 14-hour clock. So, you know, if I want to make full use of my 11-hour drive time, then it gives me less time on my shift clock to work to get my 11 hours of drive time in. Some of that time, that 14-hour window is getting eaten up sitting there picking my ass. Yeah, I don't feel like dealing with Cajon Pass right now, so probably take 10 up to, well, and again, you know, I could even take, could always even take 60 up to, let's see. Yeah, not long after I get into Arizona, I can always take, what is it, 60, US 60 over through Wickenburg, and then, yeah, I'm trying to remember if there's a good truck route going that way. Because there are like 89, it's not a good truck route. Phoenix and then take, basically go across over to, like Loop 202. Take it over into Mesa, and then I can take, what's that highway there? I know US 60's over that way. Well, the one that goes across to Wickenburg, I don't remember if it's US 60 or State Route 60 or what. 60 to 93 to 40. Now, I don't want to do that because 60 meets up with 93 over on the northwest side of Phoenix. It's a lot of backtracking. There ain't no damn way I'm going to take that way. I was thinking more of cutting up to I-17 or something and then take 17 up, or not really sure. Right over here on the right side, pretty close to this water tower is. I think somebody else wanted all of it back though, or whatever. That's why we got moved out of there. Portion of 93 brings you just outside. No, it doesn't. I used to be in the Walmart dedicated fleet and always used 93 a ton of times coming out of Casa Grande going up into Vegas. 93 goes from the northwest side, or actually goes through Phoenix and then goes northwest up to Kingman. And then you get on to the other part of 93 where the TA in Kingman is, and that takes you up into Vegas. If I'm going to go all the way over to Kingman, I'd just as soon take US 95 up. There ain't no damn way I'm going all the way to 93 to come back to Kingman. Nice try. You're trying to give me a lot more miles on my load than I really need, though. Up that traffic light up there, I'll be turning left. I can turn right also if I want to, but I don't feel like dealing with the traffic down there off San Bernardino Avenue, so I'd just as soon go up a couple blocks here and then go across 5th Street to get on the 210 over there. There's a highway you can get on over there. Well, I think it's over by where exit 45 is in Arizona. You know where the pilot is over there? There's not one that goes up toward Wickenburg. But I'm trying to remember if there's a good way to get over to like I-17 from Wickenburg. You know, a good truck route. I'll either go ahead and take 95 up, I guess, or That or I'll go all the way into Phoenix, actually into Mesa, and then cut up through there to get up to Holbrook. My load is not that heavy, so it's not as bad going that way, although it's probably still quicker to go through Flagstaff if I'm going to go that way at all. What's that? 77, 277, 37, all those numbers, 77 highways, whatever. That's a scenic route, though. The problem is it'll be in the middle of late at night when I get through there. I'll probably be about 1 in the morning. And I don't even know how much drive time we have left. So I'll wait till I stop somewhere and take a look. Well, I'm sure there are areas you're good at, Eric. It's just there are certain areas you don't have as much familiarity with as I do. So, yeah, there are areas where I don't have the familiarity with that you do. So, that's what it only really boils down to. Yeah, because we're talking Arizona with the highways there. You're in my territory there. And now remember, I used to do a lot of dedicated Walmart and Sam's Club loads out that way. But the one over by where exit 45 is, I swear it's a 60 something. Maybe it's State Route 60, I don't know. But I know it goes up across to Wickenburg, which is northwest of Phoenix. Yo. Hello? While I was turning? Okay. That's some real entertainment there. Uh, was it this afternoon? Earlier? Yeah, it was a warehouse, right? I was actually delivering a donated pallet. Yeah, yeah, right down the street from the drop yard. Yeah, yeah, it was a fun little challenge, to put it that way. Once I got my tandems where I needed them to, it became a real cinch. Then I had a lot more room than it looked like. But the problem is because coming out of that driveway thing, whatever, there's not enough room to get my tandems close enough to the door to work with, and then that freaking straight truck over there in the corner. Come on, dude. I'm coming over here because I need onto the I need onto the 10 East. No, picked up from our drop yard. And a bit of a cluster fuck that was. Holy crap. Yeah, so I'll go drop my empty there, and then I'm sitting there waiting about 15 minutes for a load assignment to come in because I know I already have a pre-plan. So I sent him a message asking him, hey, what's up with it? Did you guys send me my load info so I know what the hell trailer I'm looking for so I can leave here? And then they sent me a message, sorry, can't send it because it hasn't shown up yet. Okay, yeah, so then I get to the drop, so I end up leaving the drop yard, parking out right outside. And when I get over there, I ask them, hey, just any kind of information you can give me when at your convenience would be great. That way I know who I'm looking for. So I walk back over to the guard shack and ask the guy, hey, did 7119 come in here? And I go, yeah, he looks it up and so, yeah, sure is. It's empty. Yeah, it's here is empty. Okay. Well, I was told it was loaded, but okay, sure. But yeah, so it's already there. So then I'm like, all right, I'll go jump back in my truck and head back into the yard with it. And I didn't see it at first, but then I was gonna go see if the other guy's truck was there, and because I know where the local guys park their trucks, so yeah, but I couldn't see it behind the drop trailer that was over there. So I walked back over there, and I end up, come on, walk over there, and then one of the other local drivers who I'm familiar with, he was actually dropping his trailer when I was leaving the lot earlier, and then he's just camping out there talking to his wife on the phone. And I see the guy 3161 parked over there with its curtains drawn. So and I asked the other local guy, hey, where's do you know where this guy is? Yeah. So he ends up calling the other driver up and yeah, ask him about the yeah, about some 7119, and then like I was like, oh yeah, I already yeah, I already came back and have been gone for like several hours, and he was already done for the day. Yeah, I'm like, so I'm supposed to wait for this bullshit, and yeah, and then he calls dispatch up and starts asking questions of them, and they ended up referring him to Teresa, which is like, oh, that'll work because Teresa is the one who gave me the pre-plan. So he's talking to her and ends up finding out the other driver had actually already sent his macro 13 in earlier, but for some reason, someone at dispatch never caught it. So it showed that he never showed up with it. So then they ended up, yeah, so they ended up fixing that. And I finally, so meanwhile, I'm sitting there burning my 14-hour clock up, waiting for all this bullshit. So, definitely, what's that? You been on 49 or 29? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So, yeah, you're going down 29 to, oh, wait. Yeah, and then down 49. Did you say Andiola? Alrighty. Where the hell was that at? No kidding. Ask a simple question, get a smart ass answer. What do I, can I expect anything different from you? Uh, oh, oh, okay. The border's starting to pick up. You mean because of the USMCA deal or something, or what? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. Cool. How is it? Well, you got a lot of chicken lights on it? Ah, okay. Yeah, and that's a newer trailer too. That should be should do you pretty well for a while. Okay. More up on my house, but it was starting to melt. At least the snow in my backyard was melting before I left, and but yeah, there was still plenty over there by the top of the pass. And then yeah, and then all the mountains anywhere near here, yeah, pretty much covered from top to bottom. Yep, that is true. It's like my neighborhood. I don't. We might get snowed on maybe once or twice a year, but it never stays long. It's like it usually melts the same day. What year was that? Okay, because there was one time when I was in Tucson working on the flight line there, and I remembered we had to catch an airplane that was landing, and it was getting snowed on there while it was landing, and I remember it was funny because my buddy and I who were catching it were both wearing our t-shirts. We didn't have our overcoat, our coats, and whatever else on. It was just our undershirts. So then when the air crew came out of the aircraft, they're like, "Are you guys freaking crazy? It's like, are you guys trying to get sick or whatever?" It's like, or, just thinking we were crazy in general because of that. Oh, goody, this guy's moving over to backing off to let me in. Yeah, but you know what? 32 degrees and calm winds and snow it feels a hell of a lot better than 50 degrees with wind and rain. It's like, so yeah, it kind of looks like it's bad, but I mean, snow is soft and like light and fluffy. And then, and plus with no wind, there's no wind chill to factor in. Okay, yeah. I've been by it, but not actually to it. Yep, sure do. Yeah, going up toward, okay. Oh, huh. Yeah, that makes sense because I think I had heard about it being a little more prone to snow there too. Because plus you're closer to the foothills there, right? Yeah, I'm going off to the west from Mount Lemon. Yeah. Ah, freaking Friday night traffic sucks. And you're what? We're about on 29, are you? Oh, okay. All right, so you're about 70 or a little over 70 from the Missouri line, and then gotta. Ah, okay, interesting. Oh, yeah, because I know like exit 51 or something like that is where you meet up with I-80, and then of course it's 51 miles from there to the Missouri line. So it should be eight, yeah, high 70s, low 80s or something like that to Missouri. And then what is it, like 122 or something like that of Missouri? Okay. They can also burn off fuel. 300 pounds of fuel is, let's see, yeah, that's about 60 gallons of fuel. Uh, yeah, I guess that's a good reason. How much fuel did you have when you scaled it? Oh, yeah, that's doable. You can get that thing underneath 80,000 even if the station's open. Let's see, 60. Then, yeah, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. 400, 450 miles or somewhere on there. Huh. Oh, yeah, that's a good price. Plainview. Uh, Down low. I didn't want to deal with Cajon Pass tonight, so decided I'd deal with this bullshit traffic instead. Might go. I don't know. I considered that route. I just don't know if I want to go that far out on 10. Yeah, and I've been on 70 through there before. Because that takes you out to Alamogordo and through White Sands and all that. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, because 70 takes you right to Plainview. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and what I was seeing on that weather radar earlier was expecting winter conditions on through like all pretty much all the eastern half of Arizona. Yeah. Yeah, someone said there's weather down south too, though. I think Carl was saying there looked like there might be weather might want to avoid. Yeah, you went. Yeah, you're talking about when everybody was stuck there and you ended up taking, yeah, going over to Las Cruces. Yeah, that's funny. Yep, that's true. Very true. So, are you able to reach Plainview in two shifts when you go that way? All right, good. Because that's my plan. I want to be able to get as far as I can tonight, and then get into Plainview tomorrow night. And yeah, I can't reach Deming. It's I know I've done Deming to Colton before, and that's almost I like it's 650 miles, and not with this traffic, it's not going to happen. Oh yeah, because I usually do try to get to either Wilcox or to Lordsburg. Okay, cool. Yeah, that'll work for me because I usually do try to get to at least um, Lordsburg when I leave my house and go that direction. Yeah, but I'm getting way too much of my drive time eaten up by this bullshit 5, 10, and 20 mile an hour crap. So I don't. Yeah, yeah. But then I know on the Atlas there are a lot of roads on there that are not labeled as truck routes, but they really are. Because I've seen several. That's why I don't trust that Atlas anymore. Because I've seen plenty of spots where I can look on there and it's not highlighted like it's a truck route, but then I look at yeah, I look up online at the state's truck restricted routes and all that, and there aren't any restrictions at all on the route there that I'm looking at. Didn't even realize that. Huh. Yeah, that's true. All these damn trucks know damn well that that lane's in it, that it's turning into an exit only lane. Munoz Trucking. Oh, that's good. So that's the one that'll take me down in the south and down over by Chandler, right? Okay. When did that open? Oh, cool. All right, that's yeah. I'm on. Yeah, but do they still have that the closure shit going on over there by the kind of in the okay. Huh. Well, Eric Wildman, he's in Tonopah right now, and he came through there already. So I'll have to ask him. I think he's still watching. Hey, yeah, let me ask him real quick. Hey, Eric, when you came through Phoenix, was the 202 bypass open yet? Because I'm hearing that that it's open now. All right, let's see what he gives me. This is bullshit. I hate this. I can always mute the audio on that. Okay, so yeah, Eric is confirming that it is open. Or or how about or how about for a really good time, mute mute our conversation so you can't hear, or maybe I'll mute you so you can't hear me, but then you hear me about 10 seconds later on the feed, and then you respond. That'd be some fun. The dispatcher gen, or oh, how'd that go? Yeah, Tiff. Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna get brought up. She does have mechanical problems with her trailer that are, I mean, with her truck that do need work. But okay, because like the first one, she had a fifth wheel problem. It wouldn't unlatch or something like that. She couldn't get disconnected from her trailer or whatever. And then she ends up finding out from the mechanic. Well, after the first, I guess the first mechanic at the yard or wherever it was, couldn't figure out what was wrong with it or something along that line. And then where'd she end up? She ended up at a truck stop somewhere. I don't remember where. I don't remember if it was TA in Tonopah or somewhere else. But or I forget. It might have been somewhere else. But they looked at or at her fifth wheel there, and then I guess the screw the bolts that hold down the coupler into the fifth wheel, I guess were so loose that the mechanic could actually loosen them by hand. Yeah. So there was that concern where if they're that loose, then what's going to stop the especially with the bounces in the road, what's going to stop the trailer from popping that thing up and out of there completely, and then actually dropping the trailer completely off of her truck? So that's her main concern on that. And she has a valid concern there, I think. Um, but then, yeah, it's been like, I think she's had her truck in the shop like 3 different times, and she's only been with us for like maybe a couple of weeks or something. Huh. Okay. Yeah. And I think people are just getting frustrated because she's very active. I mean, she posts a lot, and and then of course with the myriad of truck problems she's having, I mean, she's not making any money because she's always in the shop. So I can't say I blame her for being frustrated and wanting to vent. But yeah, I know a lot of people are getting frustrated. I know Daryl's getting frustrated, Brian, and some other people, and but can you blame her? Man, she seems like she's pretty knowledgeable, and yeah, because she's been driving for 20 years. So I mean, I'm kind of curious. Once she has a truck that's not constantly having a problem or another, whatever, with what'll she be like when she's not having all that kind of crap going on? I can see where people are getting frustrated with her, but at the same time, I think they should give her a chance and is because she's not sitting there bad mouthing the company, but yeah, except for maybe our mechanics, and who hasn't bad mouthed our mechanics there? Exactly. She's a great example of that same situation. She was just having problem after problem after problem with her truck. I remember one time I was going east, and then she and Natalie Williams were coming west, and we ended up all meeting up together at the TA in Albuquerque. And Natalie kind of followed her to make sure she'd make it there okay because she was having, I think, um, the grade issues or something. Yeah, we were all trying to help her out whatever we could. Yes, but and then now look how Linda is. She's doing a lot better now. Her truck's not giving her problems. She's actually making money. She's getting good miles, and she's yeah, and well, yeah, that helps too. But yeah, well, and then plus the atmosphere we got here, we got a good fellowship with other drivers, and yeah, and she almost left for Indian River Transport a while back, and she ended up changing her mind and saying she's just going to stay at JCT because she likes it here. Yeah, because she's trying to do regional work to be closer to her place up in Northern Cal, which I totally get. All right, just crossed into Riverside County. What are you doing, car? Okay. Exactly. Yeah. But something tells me that Tiff is just another version of her. You know, where she started out with problems, and she had reason to be frustrated. So I mean, but at the same time, I know it's just like constantly bad after bad after bad luck or whatever with her. So it's kind of wearing on people, and it's like drama. So yeah, and I don't. Yeah, I don't know Tiff very well at all, but I get the impression that she has the potential to be like Linda's situation, where once she has a truck running, reliably and can consistently get her miles, I think she'll probably be better. That's a good point. Should bring that up there. I don't know. Sometimes she's on here watching my feed, but I don't think she's on here right now. Semi on the road. Yeah, she's usually like me, where I'll sometimes watch like Scotty or whatever, but I'm usually only on for a little bit, see what's going on, and then I'm off to do whatever I'm doing. Yeah, exactly. And that's cool. I mean, I don't care. It's like I understand. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, so I can't sit there and well, yeah. Well, I already know whenever you're involved, it's either smartassery or fun and games. Dora, she's on there right now. She's actually the last person to comment on there. Yeah. Hey, hey, dear, if you're still on there, Andy says he wants enchiladas delivered to Mississippi tomorrow. Yeah, she is on there. So she says, "Where are you?" Okay, so he's on I-29 going toward Council Bluffs right now, and oh, okay, he's actually in Council Bluffs right now, and he's on his way down to Mississippi. She says, "On my way." Ha ha ha. Eric says, "Tell Andy that I farted." But is it good and stinky? I mean, sharing is caring. If you're gonna share it, it might as well be worth everybody else's enjoyment too. It's either got to sound really good for make us laugh, or it's got to be a good stinker to gas people out. Uh, what, like last time you were in a parking lot and that dude took your parking spot that you were in the middle of trying to get? Oh, oh, yeah, I know what you mean there. And he probably is going to get off the freeway and had room behind you that he could have used. Yeah, drives me nuts. Ah, freaking foot is still sore. My arch is doing better, but because of the way I was walking to compensate for the arch. I strained all the ligaments that the ones that pull my toes upward and my feet upward. They're up on the front of my foot, or more, kind of where my ankle and foot meet, whatever. So I gotta wait for that to calm down, I guess. What's this? Westbound 61 lane, use alternate route. Well, I don't want to go that way. I want to go back to Riverside. Where is he headed to in Mississippi? It is, what the hell's that town called again? Indianola, that's it. I knew it was kind of similar to like a state or whatever. Eric. So someone who's already been there. Delta Cold Storage in Indianola, Mississippi. Okay. Eric or someone else, look that place up and look at the satellite view too. And I guess it's pretty kind of like a ramshackle looking kind of place or whatever. Passing through my close to my old neck of the woods. I just passed the exit that goes down to my old house. What's up? Yeah, I'm moving pretty good right now though. I'm doing 60, so man, the traffic in front of me is actually going just a little faster. Uh-oh, I see some brake lights coming. All right, so up by the curve up here, look like I might get slowed down a little bit. Oh, all the construction over there in Council Bluffs. Yeah. Hey, Carl, because Carl's from the Council Bluffs area, and he drives locally out of at a metal sorting facility over there. Um, Carl, if you're on here still, how long is that project over there, the construction project there on 80 and 29 supposed to last to? See if he's got an answer. Off of Pollock Road and Hayden Street is where I guess your customer is. Yeah, Hayden Street. Yep, that's right. Oh yeah, you were telling me about that. Okay, so Carl is still on there. Hey, Carl, I'm on the phone right now. My friend who's on the other line, he's in Council Bluffs now, and he's got a. We were kind of wondering how long is that construction project over there on 80 and 29 supposed to take before it's all done? All right, probably take a few for him to respond. It's almost done now. Okay. Ah. Yeah, that's true. It does look like it's getting closer. Ah, damn, Jerry Seinfeld's still doing stand-up gigs. Uh, yeah, I guess he's coming out here to Agua Caliente Casino on February 1st. At least that's what that bill. I think that's what that billboard I just saw said. No jury duty. Okay, yeah, Dora got summoned for jury duty yet again, but I guess they told her she doesn't have to go. Stop voting. Yeah, and then you can another way to get out of it is to stop working for the government and get to build yourself a little misdemeanor record. 'Cause man, yeah, yeah, go get yourself arrested for delivering enchiladas in Mississippi and not having your green card. That's her joke. That's her joke, not mine. Ah, yeah, they used to pick me all the time, or want me. Like when I would get jury duty summons every year practically, and every time I'd show up, it'd actually go to trial, and and the very first 12 people they pick, guess who? Yeah, guess whose name gets picked in there? Yeah, so even though I only actually served on one jury, but except, you know, there was more than one time. Yeah, that's it. No, it was a vehicular manslaughter case, and that happened in Moreno Valley, and the actual trial was in downtown Riverside. And and the funny thing is this vehicular manslaughter, or the incident that triggered this case. I was on my way home from work and actually passed right by the scene. I mean, they actually diverted us off of the street because I was trying to take Cactus Avenue across all the way from the base over to where it ends. And yeah, and that's where it was on Cactus Avenue where the incident was. And they made us divert up onto Alessandro to get around it because they had the road closed because of that accident. Yeah. And and then I end up getting impaneled on that jury and figuring out, it was basically a young adult woman driving like almost 70 miles an hour down the road, and it's a 50 zone. And long story short, she ended up veering out of control. I'm not really sure I'd say out of control. She more like went to swerve to avoid something. And then ended up going across the lanes and into the westbound lanes while she was going eastbound. And then she froze up and let go of her, make sure this way station's closed. I'm going to get down to, it's probably closed, but I want to double check. I know sometimes they time how fast we get through these things here. Yeah, the eastbound skill, it's usually closed, but yeah, and the thing is turned off right now, so it didn't. Yeah, it's hardly ever see it open too. And it didn't give me any kind of signal when I went underneath the pre-pass thing, so. Let's see. Actually, it looks like there are trucks in it. All trucks stop at Scales. All right, I gotta go in, so. I'll talk to you in a bit. Bye. through here. Alright, so Andy's actually there in the Council Bluffs area. He's on his way down to Mississippi, so he's going to be taking 29 through there, from there down into Kansas City, and then 49 down from Kansas City to I'm not sure which way he's going to go from there. I don't know if he's going to go all the way down to Fort Smith or imagine down that way somewhere, and then I don't know. Good question. I think you cut across maybe Highway 7 or no, not, is it 7? Over to like US, those US 60 and whatever highways or something, somewhere in that ballpark. Similar to what I did not too long ago. Yeah, this one here is usually closed when I come through, especially this hour, but kind of interesting to see it's open today. Alright, so continuing on, since I'm here waiting in line anyway, I'll continue on about that that vehicular manslaughter case that I was talking about. So the girl, it was obvious that she swerved to avoid something. You can tell by the way her tire skid marks were that she veered off to the left. It did not look like she was out of control to me, though. It looked like she just made an abrupt swerve to avoid something and then started cutting across. And then she and her friend both reported on or her former friend, I should say, reported on the witness stands was that, or not her friend actually, said that her friend froze, that basically she froze up, let go of the steering wheel, and it was just, didn't know what to do. Now, the friend who was, the former friend, whatever, who was in the passenger seat at the time, because she locked up, let go of the steering wheel, she grabbed the steering wheel for her and started trying to cut it back toward the eastbound lanes. But in the process of doing that, there was an older man, how old was he, like 78 or something, like 70 something years old, coming westbound, and they ended up colliding head on with him. I think he was doing they said he was doing about 30 miles an hour at the time of impact, and then they were not sure, it was still up there though, but they said the skid marks, the formulas that they run, I guess the skid marks say that she was doing like 68 miles an hour. And so they collided and then ended up killing the older man there. Now, there was traffic on at the intersection there just before that, where the incident happened, and she was basically crossing into the intersection when she evidently swerved for some reason. So to me, it doesn't take much to figure out that now, because they were trying to make it sound like she was veering suddenly toward the curb, but her skid marks where they start were going generally the same direction as the lanes. It's just the skid mark was about halfway into the right lane, even though there were two lanes going eastbound, and she looked like she was in the middle of a lane change and suddenly swerved. So, what do you think what do you think might be the case when you see something like that? I mean, they're kind of trying to paint a picture like she was out of control before she got to the intersection, but to me, her skid mark clearly was not an out of control situation there. She's generally going the same direction as the lanes, and all of a sudden she swerves off to the left, and then you can see another skid mark swerving back to the right, where her friend grabbed the steering wheel and came back over and ended up colliding with the guy. So, was she going too fast for the situation there? Definitely. However, now with a vehicular manslaughter case without gross negligence, which was what it was, okay, there were certain criteria. certain criteria have to be met. Now, all of the criteria have to be met together. Okay, so the first one is a traffic infraction has to have been committed. 2, a citation had to have been given for that infraction. 3, there had to have been an accident or a collision of some sort. And 4, there had to have been somebody who died in the accident. And 5, the infraction that got the citation has to be determined to be the ultimate, the significant contributor to the fatality or to the accident. So, well, let's put a little bit of thought into this. You're at an intersection where it's a light-controlled intersection. There's traffic there, both in the right turn lane and the straight-through lane. And what do you think people do? Especially when there's a communication box at the intersection that was that kind of disrupted their ability of the traffic at the intersection there, their ability to see anything coming from the left, which is where she was coming from. So ultimately, there was a guy making a right turn on red there, or he was waiting to make a right turn. He claimed that he never made the turn, but the evidence there makes me think that he actually did make the right on red in front of her. And that maybe he caused the accident or caused her to swerve because he pulled out in front of her and should go across 70 to 55. I think he did say something about 70. But no, he said he's going down 49. He's going to get past the. Looks like we're clear. I'm going to get through the scale here. Continue on. Okay, it's supposed to be the murder over there. I'm going to clear here, just get my tandems over that speed bump and get rolling. Okay, so basically, so you got 2 trucks coming up in the right lane and then a gap after him. I'm trying to get myself into that gap. I'm trying to time myself so I get in right behind him. Okay. So anyway, the guy who was making the right on red, he actually testified on the witness stand, and he said that he had never made his turn. But then after the accident happened, and he had made his turn, whatever, I guess he stopped on the along the curb there, and basically went to check on them, on the driver and the occupants of both vehicles. And okay, now here's one of those cases where you have the right to remain silent can do you a lot of good. Because this guy, I guess he never said anything about having made his turn, and they didn't have any evidence to prove whether he did or not. Because now he was in the right turn lane, and there was a girl in a car next to him, and trying to go straight. And they even asked her on the witness stand what she saw, and she said she saw the girl, the girl on trial drifting toward the curb there, basically. Didn't really say she was out of control. Just said she was drifting that direction, though. She couldn't tell if she was out of control or distracted or was in the middle of a lane change or what. But then they asked her if the guy making the right turn, if she had seen him, whether or not she had seen him make his turn. And she said she was busy looking off to the left, and she wasn't. She didn't know if the guy had ever made his turn. So they didn't have anything to work with to prove that the guy really did make the right on red and cause the accident. So without evidence, and with the guy exercising his right to remain silent, guess what? He never got charged, even though he probably did cause the accident. So if they had any kind of evidence that he had caused the accident, they could have had him on the defendant's table instead of the girl. They couldn't prove anything on him, and not to mention they already have proof that she was speeding. They went after her instead. And when we got through with the trial and actually went to deliberations, 6 of us right off the bat had voted. Were thinking not guilty. We had too much reason to doubt to believe that the guy had probably made the right turn and caused it. And then there were 3 other people who were basically fence sitters. They weren't sure which way to go. And then there were 3 more. 2 of them were truck drivers, and then one of them was an older man who was more sympathetic to the guy who died. They were a little more adamant on the guilty side. Basically, we got the three fence sitters all to decide with us that it was that we should acquit her. Because, like I said, there's too much reason to doubt that we have the right person at the defendant table. It doesn't mean that somebody shouldn't be held responsible. We just kind of thought maybe the wrong person was being held accountable. And and of course, then we tried to get the 2 truck drivers to side with us, but they just would not budge. They just kept saying that's the only thing it could be. Now, and of course, you get truck drivers and dealing with stupid 4-wheeler drivers who are doing 70 miles an hour down the road. That's all they care about. And can't think right and logically enough. That's my opinion. To figure out why the girl would have swerved in the first place. Yeah, was she being stupid? There's no doubt about that. She no question whatsoever that she was driving too damn fast. But it doesn't matter if she was driving too fast. She had the right of way. She had the green light. You do not go pulling out on a right on red out in front of somebody. Doesn't matter if they're doing 30, 50, or 80, or 100. They have the right of way. If you enter an intersection that is not safe to enter, and you should know because you should be looking that direction to make sure it's safe, then you would know if it's safe or not to enter. And if it's an unsafe intersection and you don't have the right of way, well, guess what? You're the guilty party, in my opinion. But yeah, she rightfully got a ticket for speeding, but I don't think she deserved to be put on trial for vehicular manslaughter. So basically, what happened with that case, though, was that we couldn't get the three adamantly guilty people, whatever, or people who are adamant about her being guilty, to change their votes. And the old guy even one of the days that he lived out in Riverside, I think he said, and there was one day he was driving on a 50-mile-an-hour road on the way to the courthouse, and he decided to do 70 miles an hour just for a moment to see what it was like. And he said it scared the shit out of him. Yeah, he couldn't wait to get back down to 50. And then he said somebody has to be held accountable, and if she's if she's being tried, then they must have reason to think that she's the one who should be guilty. So Again, stupid logic there. Just because someone's on trial doesn't mean they're the right person. There have been plenty of people who've been wrongfully accused and wrongfully convicted. You don't just assume that somebody's guilty just because they're at the defendant table. It's not called giving someone a fair trial. So we ended up hopelessly deadlocked, 9-3 in favor of acquitting, and the judge ended up declaring it a mistrial because of the hung jury. I remember I followed that case after the mistrial declaration. I don't know, finding out this stupid ass district attorney. This is another reason why I don't think DAs should, this tough on crime bullshit that they play. That just because you want to play a little tough on crime game doesn't mean that you're necessarily going after the right people or for the right reasons. And I got more than one reason I can talk about that. Okay, this particular case, he ends up resubmitting the complaint. Basically, we're going to retry here and go with a different jury since we couldn't come up with a decision. And okay, 9-3 in favor of acquitting. You think maybe what do you think your chances are as a DA of winning a case like that when you have that many people saying they think that girl is innocent or not, or I should say not guilty? Okay, if it was 9-3 in favor of guilty or something, it'd be you'd have a little bit better odds of getting a jury that's gonna convict her. But when you have more than like 3/4 of the jury all saying that she should be innocent, it doesn't sound like the odds of getting a conviction on a jury trial are too good to me. So I think the sensible thing to do would be to just not retry the case. Child abduction, Ford Escape, Gold, California license, 6 Zulu Papa Foxtrot, 343. Alright, so apparently an Amber Alert going on here. So that's one of the reasons, one of those examples of how DAs don't deserve to be DAs, in my opinion. I see something like that going on and you make decisions like that cost money. Costs the county and state a lot of money. Not to mention, can inconvenience a lot of people. That doesn't really sound like you're using much of a brain there to me. Snowing on 10 at milepost, eastbound at Dragoon, milepost 321. Is that here in Arizona? 321's out past Benson, almost into Wilcox. If that is Arizona you're talking about. Alright, we'll see you later. Okay, I have another situation here now. With all these story time here, it goes in with all that. So a couple years later, whatever it was, basically I ended up getting hit with a misdemeanor charge for child abuse for taking a belt to my kid's butt. I don't want to go into too much in all the detail of that, but basically it had 2 misdemeanor charges. And while I was going through, the only thing I ever did was take a belt to his butt, and that's it. For something that that, and it was a legitimate thing. Like, he was being disrespectful to my ex-wife. It wouldn't clean up a mess that he had made because he was having a tantrum, and she tried for anyway. It's long story short. I'm going through this. In the meantime, the same DA who decided to push that one through. At the same time, there was another case where an 18-year-old kid who was a Hemet high school student. I was living in San Jacinto at the time, which is right next to Hemet. This kid was driving his pickup truck over by Hemet High at 50 plus miles an hour in a 25 zone. Now basically, right where Hemet high school students go walking across the street from the high school over to the parking lot where the football stadium and all that crap are. And I guess kids were on their way to their cars and stuff to go home. And this guy goes plowing. He ends up saying that his brakes were basically failed. And because what happened is he plowed through those kids at like 58, more than 50 miles an hour while they were in the marked crosswalk going across the road, and they had the right of way. And he injured several of those kids, and one of them even, a girl got put in a coma for a month, if I remember right. She ended up surviving, but she was seriously injured. Oh, guess what? They decide not even to file even the first charge against him. You know, I try to say that, well, his brakes really did have some kind of a problem. Okay, well, why are you driving the truck? Why are you not aware that your truck has the brake problem then? You know, do you not properly inspect your vehicle regularly? And I mean, you should have known that your brakes were having a problem. Why would you be driving like that? That's completely irresponsible to me. And again, someone caused a lot of injury there and should have been held accountable for it. But no, let's go ahead and go after the guy who's just trying to be a dad and whip it, take a belt to his son's butt, the same way I've had happen to me and many other people do with their kids. And now me for child abuse, and let this guy go scot-free for being incredibly stupid and causing serious injury. And all I did was put bruises on my kid's butt. It's not something I even like to do either, but you know, sometimes as a parent you got to do it as necessary to get your kids to comply with the rules and live up to your standards. Because of that case there, now I've since been, because I ended up pleading guilty on it, but I basically plea bargained to clear the record up and maintain my status in the Air Force. But by then, my wife and I had already decided I just wanted to take a different direction anyway. So I said to hell with it, because I ended up getting the probation ended early. Like my 2 years early, and then getting the record expunged. Now, it would have allowed me to stay in the Air Force, but I decided to, because I even told my commander, the first sergeant, that, hey, I got my record expunged not long before I actually separated, or actually retired, but then before they kept wanting more, like the actual documentation, like me putting the work in. Like, it's the only documentation I have is what's right there on the freaking website. You guys can get the information right there off the website. Why do I got to do this? So I was like, you know what, screw this. And not to mention, my wife and I already had other plans. Said, you know, to hell with this. I don't care. I'm just gonna retire. I'm done caring. I'm kind of disgruntled. I'm not disgruntled, but burnt out from the stupidity that happens at that base anyway. Anybody who knows about that base, working there in that unit, knows how screwed up the way things are run. But anyway, partially how I got into trucking, but then with other court cases where I've gotten summoned for jury duty at least a couple other times after that. One was a murder case in where was that? I think it happened in Hemet, but they were on trial in French Valley, which is over by Temecula. And what was it? I think there were like three guys on trial or something like that. There was actually a double jury here in the same case. So they were going to impanel 24 jurors along with the alternates. And so one jury was for, I think, 2 of the guys, and the other jury's for 1 of the guys or something like that. I can't remember the detail on it, but all I remember was that there was the guy who got killed, I think it was a motorcycle club guy or something like that, and the guys who killed him were part of supposedly a rival club or whatever, I forget, but now of course they go to start, of course you get the jury pool come into the courtroom, and once you get in the courtroom and they kind of give you all the instruction of what's going to happen, then they start telling people, picking the names to go into the jury box for the initial screening. Well, guess who gets picked number 1? The first person whose name even got called was mine. But once they ended up getting to the point where, what kind of criminal record I have or whatever, I told them I have a misdemeanor conviction, but it's been expunged. Or no, it wasn't even that. There was a. My case was still pending, actually. But when they start going over all the different parties to the case, like who the officers or whatever, all that are involved, and then who the defendants are, who the victim is, anybody else who's going to be a witness on the stand or whatever, they have their name down as a potential witness, and so usually, those of you guys who've done jury duty and been through this process will know that it's common for them to ask if you know any of the people who were mentioned. So of course, then they get to me, and because I raised my hand and said, I know Deputy Payan. And then they started asking, well, how do you know Deputy Payan? And I go, because he's a party to my case. What kind of case are you in? It's a misdemeanor case. And then of course they want a little bit of detail there, and it was like, well, I basically got accused of such and such code. I'm trying to keep it a little bit more discreet so people who aren't familiar in the jury, because it's not something I really want to be talking about at the time, and there's a lot there with getting judged by people or this or that. So I basically just said the penal code section, and of course the lawyers and the judge already knew what that meant, and I basically said, he's the cop who interrogated me or whatever. And so they dismissed me from the jury because of that, because he was also involved in that case. And also had another trial in Victorville that I got summoned for. What was that? I think it might have been a murder case. Or no, it wasn't murder. It was I think a domestic violence or whatever kind of case. But they, and of course, same process. What kind of record do you have or whatever? Do you know any police officers? All this kind of stuff. I'm like, and of course, my next door neighbor and good friend is a police officer in Pomona. And and I was in the Air Force Reserve, and know quite a few people who I'm friends with at the base who are police officers or deputies in their normal civilian, quote unquote civilian lives. And then of course talk about the misdemeanor, and the deputy DA starts asking me about that, and starts asking me, and I feel like I got a fair punishment on that. And I kind of think about it. I'm like, well, let's think about this. it cost me my Air Force career. And on top of that, I was the only income earner in my family. My wife was not working. We had 2 kids. My son is the victim, supposedly. And he charged me as something that cost me my ability to take care of my family financially. Or threaten my livelihood financially. And by doing that, you also put the very son you're trying to protect at risk. So you tell me, was this punishment appropriate for what I did? I don't think so. I mean, it's debatable whether I should or shouldn't have done that. Could I have done something better? Perhaps, yeah. I'm not going to deny that maybe I could have handled that situation a little bit differently. We all make mistakes. I could have but when you're in a situation there, and then I was actually getting ready to deploy to Turkey when that happened. I was actually less than a week away from flying off to Turkey. And I was worn out and extremely tired. Basically when all that happened. And I'm not going to make excuses for what I did, but at the same time, it's an appropriate form of punishment for kids, in certain situations. Now, again, it's not something that's not going to be my first choice of punishment either. But again, when the wife can't get him to change, and he's defiant of her, doesn't care, then we got an authority problem here. So, okay, I'll give you some leather authority and get you to change your mind. But she asked something along that line, and I told her, it's like I didn't think it was quite fair, and that was why. And then she ends up dismissing me from the panel. So that's the last time I've been summoned, as far as I know, at least. I don't think I've ever been summoned again ever since that. Coming up on Cathedral City and Rancho Mirage. Not quite 40 miles into Riverside County, so about 115 or so to go to get to the Arizona line. I didn't mind doing jury trials either, especially when I was working for the government, because when you work for the federal government, if you get picked for jury duty, they actually will pay you your normal wage for the trial. I mean, even if you end up having to spend an entire year on doing the trial, dealing with the trial, like say like an O.J. Simpson kind of case where it's a huge big deal and takes a long time. They will pay you your normal pay the entire time you're doing it. And they actually give you what's called jury duty leave. So there's really no excuse for a government worker to not want to do jury duty unless they have like some family thing going on or some other conflict or whatever. 16 miles to Indio. TennisParadise.com. Double check what just curious what Google Maps tries to tell me is the quickest route. That damn messenger thing out of my way. I gotta wait a minute because I'm in the middle of getting passed by another truck. And you know how I am about distractions. Because I don't do distractions of any kind when someone's right near me, or when I'm near a curve. Bruno Freight Systems Incorporated. Could definitely use a break. I'm just going to press on. I don't really have a need to stop, so I'm going to just do what I can before. If I need to take a stop, to at least get off my. I'll give my foot a break for a minute. I will, but. Do what I can as is. Alright, so Google is actually suggesting I take the Mesa to the Holbrook route. So I'm kind of leaning a little bit toward going that way. Look, I'm 982 miles away. I do need to check road conditions and weather conditions though. Basically saying that take the normal route that I would take, otherwise, basically take 40 across from Holbrook over to Santa Rosa, and US 84 down through Clovis, and over into Texas, and then US 70 across from there. There it is, merge left. That truck was going to need over. If you see the sign saying the lane's ending, you should have enough sense to prevent traffic conflicts. Bigger problem with my foot right now is the fact that I have my shoe on. Just had a drive-by shooting a few blocks away. Yeah, adult male dead. Now this car to go by before I see the rest. 10-year-old grazed in the leg. That's not good. Several people in the house. Damn. Are you home or are you over where you're at your mail facility? Exit 134, Cook Street coming up next. Holbrook weather, cloudy, 35. No precipitation next couple of days. All right, good. That's excellent. So I figure I'll be, if I take that route, I'll end up somewhere on I-40 tonight, I would think. And, what is that? I think it takes at least a good 4 hours to get from Phoenix over to Holbrook. Taking 87 and 77 and 27, whatever the bunch of 77s route. But of course, last time I went that way, I had a much heavier load. This load here is only 18,000 pounds, so it'll be a lot easier to get up all those hills over there. So if I do go that way, it probably won't take as long as it did last time I went that way. Eric's going to leave around midnight or 11 my time. Actually, it might end up being very close to about the same time I'll end up passing through there. So, I'll be able to meet up with him for a few before he starts his shift, and then I can maybe, I don't know, maybe even do. I got to take a look at my clock. Might do a 30-minute break there or something. Because that'll be in the ballpark at 300 miles or so. By the time I get there. 260, 280. Yeah, or maybe about 280-ish. Somewhere in that ballpark. Ah, okay. Now you were saying, Carl, earlier, I guess there was some kind of weather further south that you said you recommended I avoid. Well, where's the weather expected to hit? So I was talking to Andy. We were talking about possibly, the idea of going down to Las Cruces and then get on US 70 right there in Las Cruces and then take 70 all the way across to Plainview. When I do my 30-minute break, I can compare the two routes, see how much difference the miles is, but now taking the Las Cruces route is it's a lot more flat. So that's definitely something to consider. That might be more miles than taking the Mesa to Holbrook route, but there's also less terrain, so. Could be some, probably some trade-offs there. Uh-oh, Swift truck. I think it's like 6 to 10 now, or whatever it is. Washington streets. Just past 50 miles into Riverside County, so about 105 to go to Arizona. This is about 155 miles across Riverside County before we get to the Colorado River. 39 coming up next, Jefferson Street. Tony Bennett, January 24. Cheryl Crow, February 22. Fantasy Springs Resort and Casino. It's going northeast toward you? Okay. You're talking about that storm that already came through my area, then I assume. Pancho Barraza, sábado 11 de enero. Indio, next 4 exits. Well, good evening there, Mr. Carl Green. How are you doing? I'm good. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's kind of normal there. Okay. Yeah, not very high. Oh, wow. Huh. Yeah, that sucks. And then you said, how old was the person who got killed? Oh, okay. Damn. Oh, I'm sure the people in the house know, just probably won't talk about it though. I mean, because let's put it this way: people don't just go shooting up your house for no good reason. If they're shooting up your house, they probably know you and they probably have something against you. All right, cool. Then, yeah, to be honest with you, I'm kind of curious to know how this truck will handle those hills with this kind of a load. Because last time I went through there, it was a JBS load I picked up there in Tolleson, and it was more than 40,000 pound load. I was as far as I never have to drop into my low side. Usually worst case, I'll get down into sixth gear, almost into my low side gears, but not quite. But yeah, it's usually 6% uphill grade and 40,000 plus pound load. I'm usually down in sixth, maybe seventh, but yeah, it depends, right? So it would be kind of interesting to see how the truck handles though that particular route with a lighter load. Yeah. Uh, oh, yeah. Well, there you go. 13 speed. That helps a lot. Oh, yeah, I bet. I wish I could have had a 13. Damn. Yeah. Hmm. Gulf Center Parkway coming up on Highway 86 where the Loves and TA are at Coachella. Yep. Past Indio. Yeah, I'm getting into Coachella. Just over 100, just under 100 miles now. I'm at the 56, almost 57 mile marker, Riverside County, and it's 155 miles across. Ah, yeah. No, I almost took that way home one night when I was coming across 10, but ended up not. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, okay. To get to my place, if I was coming across like that, it would take 62 all the way over to Yucca Valley and then take 247 up into Lucerne Valley. And then, yeah, and then 18 across from Lucerne Valley into Victorville. Or actually, Apple Valley. Then I would cut across Bear Valley Road. Um, but now, six, yeah, now 62 and 247 are actually considered terminal access routes. They're not stop routes. They're just terminal access routes. So it's a little more iffy on if I really wanted to go that way. I mean, I've been through that area in my car, but yeah, kind of. Since you mentioned that, because when I lived in San Jacinto, when I would go out to Vegas, my usual route would be to take 62 across from over here, on the west end of the Coachella Valley. Yeah, Coachella Valley, and go up through Morongo, Yucca Valley, and then all the way over to 29 Palms. Then I would go from 29 Palms to take this road. Why do I see so much light up there? I don't see brake lights at least, so I guess that's not so bad. Yeah, I'm looking up the hill going up Curiaco Pass, and just kind of seemed like there were more lights going my direction, the same direction as me than I kind of expected, I guess. Um, yeah. Okay, anyway, I take Amboy Road from right there in 29 Palms up into Amboy, and then okay, and then Kill, and then across, Kilbaker Road crosses I-40. Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. So, Oh wow. Well, then if you spend time at 29 Palms, then did you ever go up to Vegas while you were there? Okay, so then you're familiar with that whole route that I'm talking about to Vegas, like SEMA Road, Kelso SEMA Road, and Nip. Yeah, yeah. Because what I would do is take Kelbaker Road over to what's that, Kelso SEMA Road or whatever it is, or SEMA Road, and then I'd end up on Nipton Road, and then I'd get on I-15 right there, right when you're starting to come down the hill into Prim. Yeah, yeah. So I would take that way, but yeah, I had okay. So you know how in Amboy they have that train station? Yeah. So I got past that train station there, and and of course it's all what they do kind of roads from there. I mean, it's like straight as an arrow, but there are a whole bunch of like little small hills and washes and stuff. Yeah, I'm like hauling ass, doing like 85 plus, almost 90 miles an hour, and it's a 55 zone. I see this white SUV that I'm catching up on, and I figured, yeah, no, it gets, yeah, but we'll get there. Yeah, but of course, I knew something was not right about that SUV, and yeah, of course, I'm catching up to him fast because I'm doing like 85, 90 miles an hour, and then right at the point where I was starting to slow down because, like, I was like, something tells me this guy's a cop. Right when I figured out was slowing down, mind you, I was still a good quarter of a mile behind him. He he pulls over onto the right shoulder and turns his lights on and waits for me to pass by him. And then, and of course, I know he's going to light me up. So I just, as soon as I get down, I slowed down pretty quickly and just got over onto the, right away for him. Yep, they do. Um, he starts giving me a hard time about going, the speed limit here is 55, not 85 plus. And it's like, you need to slow down. Like, I don't want to be having to come back out here and yeah, scrape you off the road or whatever kind of stuff. And I didn't get an attitude of them. I said, I can respect that. Yeah, I don't blame you. So he ended up just giving me a written warning and said, if yeah, so I thought he was going to give me an idiot. This freaking truck pulls out onto the road and straight out into the lane, and I got two trying to pass me. JMO or JMG, you're a freaking idiot. I mean, I'm catching up on this guy a little fast. I'll just stay where I'm at. Actually, JMO or JMG, whatever the hell he is too closer to my trailer than I want to move over for anyway. Oops, over gross when he left his shipper. But yeah, he said he plans on getting there just to get past the way station while it's closed, um, and then I guess that'll be the last way station he'll see along the way. So said he's gonna max. Yeah, whatever route he's will have the way station over there by in between Kansas City and Columbia. Not really sure because I guess it's that. Yeah, and I'm not really sure where exactly it's at. He says it's somewhere near the Arkansas and Mississippi border, though. Okay. Ah. Ah. Yeah. Ah. Getting railroaded here. I have to bleed off speed so I don't run into the back of this car hauler, but I can't get over because freaking four-wheelers passing me, coming up. Yeah. Ow. Ah. All right. Okay, sounds good. All right. You too. Bye. Alright, so according to Carl, the weather conditions should be good for the next couple days, and yeah, I'm kind of curious about the road conditions, of course, on the bunch of 77s route. But yeah, if you were listening there, I am going to handle those that terrain with less than 20,000 pound load just to see how much time it takes that way. Listen, last time I went from Mesa over to Holbrook, it took me about 4 hours to get from where did I start from? Well, I picked up a GPS at Collison, but I can't remember where I counted the 4 hours from. Might have been right there when I left JBS. So Terry, I noticed we're talking about baseball season starting in 90 days. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. Now, I don't know if you noticed, though, the Dodgers lost one of their star pitchers, Hyun Jin Ryu. He ended up signing with, I think it was the Blue Jays. So it sucks to see that, but hopefully they'll still have a good, solid pitching staff next year. Trying to do exercises with this foot too to try to stretch the ligaments on it, whatever, because I can feel tightness on them, whatever. So I try to point my feet and toes downward a little bit. It feels like it stretches the part of my foot that I need to stretch to feel a little bit better. Make a fuel stop somewhere here on I-10 in Arizona. I haven't decided yet if we'll stop in. I have more than a quarter tank, so I would think I should be able to at least get to exit 45, if not all the way to the Pilot and Tonopah. The further out I can get before I get fuel, the cheaper it'll be, though. So I want to definitely make the most I can of the fuel that's in my tank and fill up as late as I can. Couple more this cord and a couple more passing by. I see something about something sounding stupid, but I'm gonna wait for these guys to go by first. Put a can under your foot and roll it back and forth to stretch the muscle. You know, it's interesting. Now, one of our kids' behavioral therapists was telling me another trick, you know, not too much unlike what you're saying there, Tara, is to, well, like a buffer, you know, like a car buffer, like when you're waxing a car. That buffer, brush thing, whatever, roller, whatever you want to call it. She says running that across your feet actually works pretty good on that too. Nah, nothing wrong with typing too much. You just type fast, right? Probably like me, you can type really fast if you have a real keyboard to work with. Even if I don't have a keyboard, and I have to swipe, I can still do it pretty fast. Except when Google tries to autocorrect stuff that's not even wrong in the first place, then then it slows me down. What do you assume you have like a certain furnace road coming up here? It's 75-mile marker now. We're getting a little more wide open now, so I'm going to go ahead and add a couple more miles an hour. More space between vehicles now, at least. I take paragraphs that are too long for me to read while in the truck. Yeah, I can relate to that because for me, I don't want to spend more than half a second just taking a quick look, and because I can read a whole, usually a whole like, I would say 5 to 7 word sentence in just a half a second. So I can recognize the patterns of all the words, whatever, and put them together. But when it gets longer than that, and I can't quite, read as much as my peripheral vision will allow me to see, it's clear that I go back to screen for a bit here. Gulch. If it gets down to a point where it's just too much time and not enough where I can actually safely even look for just a second, then I can always wait. I don't have to look at it right away. It's great if I can interact right away, but if I can't, it can always wait. Traffic safety comes first. Even with sniper vision, they're too low. Mercedes driver was going to be a little aggressive. When I saw him, he was behind me in the other lane. Oh no, I thought it was a cop there at first, but the way I saw him move over to the other lane and get behind that vehicle that's still up there, I had a feeling that this guy's probably an aggressive driver. Sure enough. Mid-40s for Phoenix today. Yeah, it's 52 degrees here right now. because I'm still up on the mountain here. Can't seem to get just the right. And that's a classic case. If you don't keep someone, you know, recurrent and fresh on the knowledge, you know, they might forget certain things or pick up bad habits that they don't realize they're picking up and need to get corrected. Up to Highway 62. What was that, a fox or something? Just saw a small animal going across the road there into the median. Couldn't tell what it was. I'm not sure you guys were able to see it, but I saw it just as it got into the bushes over there on the other side. Could have been a fox or possum or something else. Maybe, I don't know if they had ring-tailed cats or whatever here. I know they have more here by Phoenix, though. Either. I can't even be completely sure that it went across the road. I think it did, but by the time I even saw him, he was already off the asphalt and just about to go into the bushes there. Summit coming up. like the pronghorns that we saw on my stream in Wyoming, last month or whatever it was. Carl has some pretty good deer encounter ones, doesn't he? Take my shoe off just to see if it helps at all, because I think the pressure from the shoe actually being wrapped around my foot it could be contributing to my discomfort. Again by where the arch is, and then also where all the ligaments are that basically that operate the toes and feet. Still very tender where the arch is, but it's not as bad as it was. So it was in a way where I just put even just a little bit of pressure on it would put me in intense pain, but I can put a little more pressure on it now without feeling the intense pain, before I feel the intense pain. Definitely not the most comfortable experience, though. Now, I was right on the edge of bringing the crutches with me, but I was thinking, I'm starting to feel better today. I'll just leave them here because or it's not as painful to walk as it was, but it was, I was still limping, but. I'm starting to think maybe I should have brought them with me anyway. Alright, Carl, have a good night. Mile marker, which put about 65 miles out from the Arizona line. And 60 miles an hour, but just a hair over an hour before we get there. Hayfield Road, that's at 177. Hope you don't have to work this morning, Ice. I guess that's good. Helicopter wreckage found. Can't get to bed anyway. Pissing cat has claimed it. What an easy way to fix that problem. Show that pissing cat who's boss.
Amber Alert issued for girl taken by allegedly armed and dangerous mom. NBC San Diego 1 hour ago.
Dangerous.
The California Highway Patrol was searching for a woman and her daughter across several counties in Southern California after the was allegedly taken by the woman. CA said go police. The Amber 9 The 3-year-old was last seen with her mother December 27th around 1:50 p.m., according to authorities. The two were last seen in Garden Grove. Authorities said the mother should be considered armed and dangerous, and anyone who spots the two should call 911. Christina Lujan was described as 5 feet 4 inches tall, 135 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. In her image, she appears to have braces on her teeth. The girl was described as 6 feet. The SUV they were traveling in was described as a gold Ford Escape with California plates, 6 CPF 343.
Ford Escape, isn't that that's that like little SUV thing, isn't it? Or is that the Flex? I forget. I don't remember exactly what Escape is. I want to say it's like a crossover or something. Red Cloud Road. Exit 182. 95 mile marker, so 60 miles out now from Arizona. much space as he wants to use. You know, can't mind me. Take all the time in the world coming back in front of me as long as there's nobody there in a position to cut me off to get around him.
Don Imus, host of Imus in the Morning, dies at age 79. CBSLocal.com 2 hours ago. Los Angeles, CBS LA, shock jock Don Imus has died at the age of 79. He had been in a Texas hospital receiving treatment since Christmas Eve, though his family did not disclose the reason for the hospitalization. For decades, Imus was known for his outspoken comments on his long-running radio show, Imus in the Morning. In 2007, the radio personality sparked national outrage after insulting the Rutgers University women's basketball team. His show was canceled in response, though he returned to radio later that same Riverside, was also a television show host, recording artist and author.
Born in Riverside, California. Yeah, my foot's got some relief, but not the greatest. Yeah, I never really listened to him, but I remember that controversy with the Rutgers women's team.
Crash, 6 bodies recovered. Authorities believe no people crashed on the Hawaiian island of Kauai. Ended recovery efforts Friday. First responders located 6 bodies, a spokesman for the Kauai Fire Department during a press conference. The National Transportation Safety Board said Friday it would send 3 representatives to investigate the fatal crash. First and foremost, our thoughts and prayers are with the families of these passengers, Kauai Mayor Derek S.K. Kawakami said in a press release. The wreckage was found in a mountainous area of Kauai, authorities said. 2 of the passengers are believed to be minors, the Coast Guard said. Searchers began looking for the helicopter carrying a pilot and 6 passengers after it was reported overdue from a tour of Kauai's Naupali coast on Thursday evening. In its initial response Thursday evening, the Coast Guard sent out a chopper, supported by a Coast Guard cutter, after the tour operator said its helicopter failed to return as expected at 5:21 p.m. Hawaii, a largely uninhabited island that features a state park, is a popular tourist destination. More. In addition to the military support, search teams included the Kauai Fire Department, Kauai National Guard and commercial helicopter pilots. Steep terrain, low visibility, choppy seas and rain had complicated the search, the Coast Guard has said. Helicopter tours above Kauai are common to view such sites as Jurassic Park Falls, the Hanapepe Valley and Waimea Canyon. Contributing, Falls. The Associated Press.
That's where they
this article movies? Originally appeared on USA Today. Hawaii tour helicopter crash, authorities believe no survivors.
Conditions, it makes you kind of makes you wonder if the foggy conditions is could that have something to do with why the helicopter crashed in the first place? everybody here's got low beams on. Everybody behind me and everybody facing me seems to have low beams. I've not really seen anybody drive with what I think are high beams yet. Which is surprising because there's always at least a few people who are driving with their high beams on, especially coming up behind me. It drives me nuts. A couple more four-wheelers coming up behind, and then a small break, and then some more fours after that. You know, driving with high beams on like that, it's also a kind of a clue to the cops that you might be distracted driving. So if you don't notice that you're shining your high beams at somebody, you're probably too busy doing something else like looking at your phone. Good turnout here. Still a dozen people on here watching. It's after 7:40 p.m. Pacific time. So those of you guys on the East Coast, it's 10:40 now. Good turnout. See that a lot here. I'd be interested in seeing Scotty's take on that. He probably has the same thought as me. If cars are coming up or they don't respond to us, flashing our high beams back at them to tell them to turn them off. Now see this guy on the right shoulder on the westbound side now. I wouldn't say he's got a high beams on, but his driving lights are kind of bright, and it could be because of the angle that he's sitting at too. It looks like he's not on the road, so his lights might be pointing upward. Having the lights pointing upward is very similar to having high beams on. From here, Phoenix 195. Just past about the 106 mile marker, so here just under 50 miles now from the Arizona line. Plenty of traffic coming up behind me now, including trucks now. Getting a little bit of a break from the four-wheelers, but now I got an 18 passing me now. Trucking Incorporated. Rhino? Yeah, Lexmark Distribution.
FDA officially raises federal minimum age to purchase all tobacco products from 18 to 21. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has officially changed the federal minimum age to purchase tobacco from 18 to 21. The new minimum age applies to all tobacco products, including e-cigarettes and vaping cartridges. The provision came as part of a $1.4 trillion spending package signed by President Donald Trump on December 20th, which amended the Federal Food, Drug and Cosmetic Act, which also included $1.4 billion reserved for building the U.S.-Mexico border wall and $25 million for gun violence research. It had bipartisan support, being introduced in May by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, RKY, and Sen. Tim Kaine, DBA. What was unclear in the proposal, however, was when the change in the minimum age would be enacted. From the date of Trump signing the legislation, the FDA had 6 months to amend their policies, per Convenience Store News. Colin Kaepernick's Nike shoes, new shoes sell out within minutes. Free coffee alert, Starbucks giving away free drinks with parties through Deck 31. After that, the minimum age change would take place within 90 days. However, the FDA website now reads, "It is now illegal for a retailer to sell any tobacco product, including cigarettes, cigars and e-cigarettes, to anyone under 21. The FDA website states that the website was updated Dec. 20. The FDA also noted that more information will be available regarding the policy change as it becomes available. 19 states and the District of Columbia have already raised the minimum age on tobacco products to 21, according to the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. Contributing, William Cummings, John Fritz, USA Today. Follow Joshua Boat on Twitter, at Joshua_Boat. This article originally appeared on USA Today. Tobacco minimum age, FDA raises age to buy tobacco from 18 to 21.
On the fence about that. I'm not a smoker anyway. I guess it shouldn't even. I don't even have any skin in the game as far as that's concerned. So I'm not sure I should even have an opinion on that. But generally speaking, yeah, my thought is if you're old enough to fight and die for your country, then why can't you be allowed to wear to use tobacco products if that's what you so desire, or consume alcohol? In fact, dealing with other countries, kind of a joke is if you can see over the counter, you can buy the alcohol. Anyway, yeah, and drinking in moderation. Yeah, I kind of wonder if people would have so many problems with getting drunk if they were taught if they're gonna drink alcohol at all, do it in moderation and with your family or whatever at home, and and get an understanding of what it's like to consume alcohol. Learn what it's like to get drunk. And how it's not as cool as you think it is. It is, a lot of kids, they glamorize getting drunk, probably because it's a taboo, where they know they're not legally allowed to buy it, so, and it's an adult thing, so they're able to party and get someone else to get it for them or whatever, and, it's a cool thing to do. What if they make the age limit younger or whatever, and then just maybe encourage parents, hey, if your kids want to drink, let them, but teach them how to do it in moderation. There are plenty of us here who might just drink wine, and in a very reasonable and moderated way. same with me. Like when I'm home, I'll drink mixers most of the time, but a single mixer is usually all I need for the entire night. Never drank a drop until I went in the military, and even that was a year after I missed it. I was 18 when I went. You know, if I recall, I never touched any alcohol either, really, until I was in college. Right after I graduated from high school. No, I think I tried my dad's Budweiser one time, and when I was younger, like 16, 15, whatever the hell it was, I'm like, yeah, this is nasty. Why the hell would anyone want to drink this crap? And when I was in college, and of course, I'm living in the dorms, and of course, everybody's all hanging out, partying, and all that kind of stuff. I'm hanging out in the neighbor's room. The neighbor had, what was that? I think a jungle juice party. That was the very common thing for us to do, was jungle juice parties. So what we would do there, for anybody who's not familiar with jungle juice, some of you guys are. So what we would do in the dorms is just take a trash can, the trash can from a room, pour a brand new lighter in it, and then we would fill it up with maybe a couple of gallons of fruit punch, and then we'd put an entire 1.75 liter bottle or so, or whatever, of vodka into it. And some people will even put Everclear, for a really good kick, but we would usually use vodka. What is it, like a 90 proof or 80 or 90 proof, whatever the hell it was. I think 80 proof. And then maybe put a little bit of water in there too to smooth out the flavor a little bit. And then of course with jungle juice, normally you'll take a bunch of fruits or veggies, whatever you like, and carrots, apples, maybe oranges, or any other kind of fruit that you'd be interested in, and soak the fruit in the jungle juice for about a day or so. And then when it's time for the party, then you can eat the fruit, and the fruit's now spiked with alcohol. Or you can just or you can drink the juice itself. But yeah, it wasn't until I was in college and having those like dorm room parties when I did that. And I remember I got busted for underage drinking by some of the RAs. Now, for those of you guys who never spent time in the university, not sure what an RA is. That's a resident assistant or something, a resident advisor or something like that. I forget what it's called, but it's basically the guy who he has a certain room on the floor, and basically they're responsible for everything that goes on that floor. So they would do regular rounds, not just because there were like how many floors in that building? I can't remember. It's probably like 11 or 12 or some odd floors. I forget how tall it was. Basically, it was Idaho State University. I remember we were making, of course, having a fun time, whatever, and then a couple of the RAs who from a couple of other floors, they, of course, they heard us having fun in there, so they knocked on our door to see what's going on. And of course, their usual routine there is they have to check for underage drinking. So they see us drinking alcohol in there, and they start asking everybody in the room, "Are you of age? Are you of age? Are you of age?" And I go, "No." How old are you? 18. So I ended up having to get rid of the alcohol, and then ended up having to talk to the dorm manager, chief, whatever you want to call him, the guy who's in charge of the entire building. And basically, I think their rule is if they catch you doing it again, then they'll kick you out of the dorms or something like that, if I recall. everybody's doing it. But there we go again. Everybody's doing it, having a good time, and just acting all stupid, having fun, getting drunk. And I should have learned then, because I remember my first time. I think not one of the first times. I had one occasion because I was in a different room and I had a different. Anyway, I remember I went back to my room to go to sleep. But my head was, those of you guys who've been drunk before know this feeling. You go to bed and lay down, and it feels like the room's spinning about 1,000,000 miles an hour on you. And when it's spinning 1,000,000 miles an hour on you, what happens? You feel like you got to throw up. It's basically like you get motion sickness. And of course, it ended up throwing up. I remember one time my roommate, because I went to throw up, and there was a trash can not far away from me, and I thought I was going to throw up into it, but then I totally missed the can. And then of course you wake up with that shitty hangover half the time, and you feel like crap then. You have to put some thought into this. What's so damn cool about that? What is so cool about going to bed feeling like you gotta throw up, and then waking up the next morning and feeling like crap still, like you don't even want to eat or drink anything? There's nothing cool about it to me. Why I thought it was cool back in the day, I don't know. And I had an occasion where I almost got alcohol poisoning about a week before I left active duty. And I was dry heaving for about a good 2 or 3 hours. I think I told you guys about that one, where when I woke up the next day, my throat was so sore it actually hurt to swallow for a good, an entire week before the pain went away, to where I could actually start feeling even remotely normal. Again, what is so damn cool about that? There isn't. There's got nothing at all wrong with people drinking alcohol. And if you want to be a smoker, it's on you. It's your life to live. Well, if you can vote for the president and sign up to fight and die for your country, you'd think that you're responsible enough to be able to decide on your own if you should be able to drink or smoke anything, or vape or whatever. I don't know, I'm always for other perspectives, though. I'm not an argumentative type. I always like to hear what someone else's view on things is, and sometimes people have good reasons for seeing things in a different way. And, it's always good to get that context. I don't like to normally get into the whole politics thing, of course, and this is kind of getting into politics when we're talking about how old someone should be allowed to, should be before they can be allowed to buy adult type products on their own. Mississippi at 18 was drinking age when I was there. It's funny, a bunch of us went to a pizza parlor outside the gate at Keesler Air Force Base. Thought we'd to try again about 2 hours later. In a minute, we got a car coming up on me, and I'll see what the rest of that says. Called my mom and dad. Said, hey, guess what I did? Guess what I did? So you actually told your parents about you actually drinking alcohol for the first time? At the Airmen's Club at Shepherd Air Force Base. I got another 4 coming up on me now. Alright, should be at the 122, so 18 above. On base, it was 21. That was in Texas. Yeah, I did my technical training school, or TTS, at Shepherd Air Force Base. But I was already 21 when I enlisted, so it didn't really matter to me. But then I think they have they have the phase 1 through phase 4 rules, and I think alcohol consumption, you couldn't consume alcohol until you were a certain phase, if I remember right. I don't remember what it was. Now I remember. Okay, for those of you, Della, maybe you can help me out on this. Refresh my memory, or maybe I gotta refresh yours. Who knows? Now, Air Force tech schools, right after you get out of boot camp, you go to your tech school. Okay, for aircraft maintenance, just about everybody goes up to Shepherd Air Force Base in Wichita Falls, Texas. Okay, when you get there, there are 4 phases that, basically, what they're doing is trying to wean you off with a basic training mentality and gradually ease you into a more of a kind of a civilian-like attitude, I guess you could say, or something more akin to what your permanent party unit will be like. Okay, this guy passing me up has his brights on like a freaking idiot. This white Nissan here. And of course, you guys can't see that. Anyway, phase 1, they have different rules for each phase. Like phase 1, you have to be in your uniform 24/7. It doesn't matter if you're in BDUs, ABUs. Well, of course, when I went, it was BDUs. Nowadays, it's ABUs or I think maybe even multicams. I don't know. I think most guys are still using ABUs though. Or you have to be in PT gear or something, some kind of Air Force uniform though. 24/7, and you can't go off base. You have to stay on base. Let's see how long. What was that? I think a full month or something like that, wasn't it? I think like 4 weeks or whatever it was. You had to be in phase 1, and then once you get through with the 4 weeks, phase 1, then you can graduate to phase 2. And on phase 2, if I remember right, you could. See, I think the curfew gets later also, and then they also set rules on whether you can or can't go off base. So like, I think phase 2 you could go off base, but you had to be back on base by a certain time. Like I think like 10 o'clock or whatever the hell it was, I forget, maybe earlier. I don't recall, but and of course I think I can't remember if they allowed drinking at that phase. Or wait, no, I think going off base, you can only go off base on the weekends or something like that. And then phase 3, after another 4 weeks, so you'd spend another 4 weeks in phase 2. So after about 8 weeks, you would finally end up in phase 3. And then in phase 3, if I remember right, once you're off duty, you can wear civilian clothes, and then you could go off base any day, but of course during the weekdays you had a curfew, and then on the weekends you didn't have to come back. You could come back at the end of the weekend or whatever it was. It's been so long, although I forget what the exact rule was, because I went through all that in 1995, so we're talking 24 years ago. And then there is a phase 4 if people stayed there long enough, if their school lasted long enough where they could make it to phase 4. I don't even remember what the rules were there. I know it was a lot more relaxed though. Yeah, and with military installations too, a lot of times the installation commander has the authority to to set the drinking age on base at something other than 21 if they so desire. You know, like when my cousin was in the Marines at Camp Pendleton, for example, the installation commander there, while he was there, had set a rule that made it his policy that if you were in the Marine Corps or whatever, and you were stationed there, that you were allowed to drink on as long as you were on base. You know, you can, if you're under 18, or if you're 18 years old and in the Marine Corps or whatever, as long as you're on base, you can drink alcohol. The reason why they would do that, because they didn't want all the young Marines going down to Tijuana and getting all stupid drunk down there, and you know, of course, getting in fights and getting all other kind of stupid shit that goes on down there, and getting arrested by Mexican police, and you know how corrupt Mexican police can be. So, yeah, it's a whole host of problems that get introduced if the troops end up down there and get in trouble. Whatever his street van is coming up behind me, needs to turn his brights off. Oklahoma, they got blue laws, which means there's no real hard liquor. Well, this guy doesn't have his brights on. It's just the way he was oriented, I think, or he turned them off. I have seen that where people realize their brights are on when they're almost in the back of my trailer, and like, oh my god, my lights are so damn bright. Still get it on base only. I did my tech school at Lackland right after basic, but they didn't have any type of rule like that. Coming up on mile marker 130, so about 25 miles from Arizona now. Ford Dry Lake Road, and I can see the prison over here. See how the lights up there on the right side? That's a prison, which also means Wiley's Well rest area is coming up because it's off the same exit that the prison is. Weeks before my school started, so I got stuck doing a lot of details. Oh yeah, like QC and all that kind of stuff, like counting rivets, little fun things like that. I got a 4 passing me right now. Just a second. Then I went to Camp Bolus, Air Combat Training. Camp Bolus? What the hell was that? That was a barrel of laughs also. Brother 4. Yeah, I think that, what is that? Another truck behind me or something. I think that's a truck. Camping out behind me though for now. This is embarrassing, but my nephew was at that prison for about 8 years. Well, I mean, it happens. I'm not going to sit here and judge people. You don't know what people have been through in their lives, and you don't know what changes people have made in their lives to make them to be better people either. You know, people who've had hard lives and had legal problems in the past, you know, I know a lot of people, once they have kids, they turn into completely different people, and you know, life has a lot more meaning to them, and they want to actually make a really, really good impression on their kids. So, hey man, we all make mistakes. I told you about my mistake I made earlier. That was the only time I've ever been in trouble with the law, was you know, with that swatting my son with the belt incident. security forces now, or at least when I was going through basic training, because I know you went through BMT before I did. I forget what year you said, but I went through there in '95, and all the security forces training was done right there in Lackland. At least as far as I know it was. I know the K9 part of it was done right where we run every single day, every weekday. Yeah, which that's another thing that always changes the physical conditioning requirements there. I'll get into that too in a minute. Located right there in San Antonio. I don't know if it's still in this or not. Said this is back in 1974. Okay, so yeah, 21 years before I went in. So yeah, and a lot has changed over the years. Okay, so actually with the evolution of the way Air Force has done things too. Now, I remember a lot of people I went to high school with when they were going through basic training there. Their physical training was they would run on the blacktop there by where we'd all form up outside our dorms. And I think they would run in formation, and I think they would run what was it, like half a mile or whatever. Yeah, they'd run half a mile every day, or whatever it was, and then after the next, or no, yeah, something like that, or for the first week or whatever it is, it'd be half a mile, or I forget, maybe it was a quarter mile. And then every week that you were there, they would add a lap to the requirement. So you might run a quarter mile in week 1, and then half a mile in week 2, and then 3/4 mile in week 3, and so on until you end up having to run or no, because I think it was a mile and a half or something that they would do. And and then of course you'd have to do a certain number of push-ups and sit-ups, or other kind of exercises. I don't know what they did, but and when I went, holy shit, yeah, they really want to find out if you're a couch potato right off the bat. 125 now, so right at 30 miles out. Or I think that was 135. Yeah, it should be 135, so 20 miles. But the first Monday I was there, they had us running out on a road track that basically started over by the lodging facility there, and would go around and then end up in go around where the security forces would do their training, or at least the K9 training was. And there were also some aircraft on display over there, I think, if I remember right. It's been so long. But we would have to run 2 miles on the first Monday. And there was an actual evaluation to see how ready we were physically to get through basic training. And the rule for males was you had to run 2 miles in 18 minutes or less. And you also had to do 30 push-ups and 45 sit-ups, if I remember right. And of course, I showed up there out of shape. And I was never a runner as it was. Not a distance runner, at least. I was more of a sprinter. I ran hurdles in high school. I was not tuned for running distance, so yeah, it was miserable. I never run that distance that long, and they had a rule too. You're not allowed to stop. You have to keep running the whole time, even if you're running at a super slow pace. You have to keep trying to run, and I was just dying. It took me almost 22 minutes to run that 2 miles. It's like the worst guy in the entire flight. So of course we get through with we form back up after we get through with the eval, and of course our TI, we're basically the drill instructor for our flight. We call them TIs, training instructors. But he'd go through the whole list of what everybody's scores were, and yeah, I was. he actually asked me, everyone's saying, are you a couch potato? Like, and of course, you gotta say, Sir Zane reports his order. And say, sir, no sir. Or whatever. Like, well, yeah, he knew better. I couldn't pass any of the standards. I couldn't do 30 push-ups. I couldn't do 45 sit-ups. That's how bad shape I was in. I was skinny. I was only like 160 pounds, which is really thin for someone my height. I'm 6'3", so. But after that evaluation day, now the rest of the week, the physical training would be, you would run for 10 minutes out on that same track, and then after 10 minutes they would blow the whistle, and you would turn back around and take whatever amount of time it takes to get back to where you started. So it might take you 10 minutes to get out, but it might take you, 12 minutes to get back or something. I remember back then, at that time, I was just barely making it to the 1 mile marker before they blow the whistle, and then I'd turn around, and I was just never any good with the running. And in fact, they do like 3 evals. They would, at least when I went. The very first Monday you're there, and then what was it? I think week 4 or something like that, they did another one, and I was still behind, but. I think I was actually starting to pass the push-ups and sit-ups by then, but still couldn't run for shit. I think I was still getting like 19 or whatever, maybe 20-minute runs or whatever the hell it was. And then, and here's one of the things that kind of made it though for me was the final week though, when they do the final evaluation on you, if you basically you got to pass the fitness standard on the last test for sure. If you don't pass it, what they do is they'll probably wash you back, usually a couple of weeks. So when your normal basic training there would be 6.5 weeks long, if they wash you back, then your training ends up being 8.5 weeks. So because you got to redo the last 2 weeks, and with a different flight than the one you started with. And I got lucky on that one. Now I was able to pass the push-ups and sit-ups part, but then I went to do the run, and of course that's the same thing, and I get out there, do the first mile, and it sounded like I was actually in decent shape. I think they said it was like 8 minutes or something like that by the time I got out, 8.5 minutes. So I was running about a 17-minute pace, or a 17-minute 2-mile pace. But on the way back to the start line, I thought I was running slower. It's like I was just like, I just couldn't get any distance on my strides and all that. But now I know there were guys on my flight though who knew I was really weak at running, and there were some of these guys had already passed the test before, and and a couple of guys would actually kind of yell at me and encourage me, but yell at me in a very encouraging way. Come on, Scott, you can do it, and they slowed themselves down to make sure I would pass, and they were dead set on making sure I'd pass however the hell they could do it without breaking any rules. Thank God I ended up passing with like a 17-minute 2-mile run, which was I don't know how I did it that fast, but I was sure glad because I had to do it in an 18 or less. Sure wouldn't have passed any muster in the Marine Corps, I'll tell you that, but again, I didn't know distance running technique, and that can be a contributor to how well you can run distance. If you have poor technique, you're going to expend a lot more energy than you need to trying to get that distance. But I was really thrilled, and it actually felt like I actually accomplished something, and it started to feel more like a team with some of the people instead of someone holding them down on the physical side once they encouraged me like that and helped me pass. But I also remembered, I think it was week 4, we would go through the confidence course. I really wish we could do that all the time, like every day, to be honest with you. That would wear you down. I can't remember how many obstacles he had there, like 17 of them or something like that. I don't even remember. But I think it was like a 1.5 mile total distance, and he had all these different obstacles within the distance. But I remember before we marched over there, we're all huddled, we're all grouped up in our day room, and the TIs. Now we have our head TI, which in my flight was just a senior airman, and there were other people who would, senior airman is an E4. And there were other TIs, like I think 1 or 2 other TIs who would kind of help out. Just kind of jumping back and forth between flights or whatever. I think maybe because they were getting qualification training or whatever, because they hadn't been TIs for long. But I remember we were all huddled up in the day room, and the TIs were all making bets on who they thought would get wet at the confidence course. And of course, they had to freaking pick me. They said, yeah, this person I bet will get wet, that person will get wet, and like, oh yeah, Scott, or actually Airman Zane will definitely get wet, or whatever. And so I was like, oh, okay, you guys want to play that way. So then when we got to the confidence course, I made it a point, I want to do whatever I can to prove these guys wrong. And I don't know if these guys are going to let me over. I got 3 4-wheelers over here in the other lane, but the one next to me is not yielding. Looks like the next one over might be, though. Yeah, he's even flashing the lights to let me over, so. Alright, there's he goes. I cannot see, but whoever it is had a couple of like eagle or some kind of bird looking decals on his door. Anyway, yeah, speaking of that, with what Della said there, PT training in boots or what is it? Chukka boots, whatever. Now, anytime we did PT, we did it in actual running shoes or whatever you want to call those things. They're cheap physical fitness kind of shoes, though. But I remember doing that. We had to march like a good mile or 1.5 miles, whatever the hell it was, just to even get to the confidence course. Then when you get to the course, you had to, I think it was we would take our boots off and then I think get into our PT shoes, but leave our BDUs on, if I remember right. I think that's what they did. And I remember there were like several, like 4 or 5 different water hazards there. You'd have to get in. I was so happy. I ended up making it all the way through the course. The very last obstacle there was basically a rope swing thing that you had to use to get across some pond. And, and of course you had to try to hold on to the rope and get all the way across and then get to the other side without landing in the water. And of course that was my last obstacle that I had to worry about, was see if I could prove them wrong. And I actually got my boots a little bit, or my shoes, boots, whatever it was. I think it might have been boots. I seriously forget what we were wearing for shoes. But I remember I dragged my feet in the water just a little bit, but not enough to slow me down to the point where I couldn't get all the way across. Now, the big part of that, I think, was also the fact that I was, because of my height, I was shorter than other people. If I was shorter like everybody else, or half of everybody else, then I probably wouldn't have had any problems getting my feet in the water. But well, either way, I didn't have my legs up high enough to where I could clear the water, and so they dragged a little bit, but I ended up making it all the way across and did not end up getting any part of my body outside of my feet wet. So to me, it was an accomplishment, and I was so thrilled when I ended up proving them wrong. Like, yeah, you guys said I was going to get wet. Well, guess what? I didn't. So that's when I started really getting the confidence there. Last one, you had to crawl under a bunch of wire. Let's get this guy past me first. Got a few others coming up. Okay, I should be at the 143 now, so about 12 miles away. Coming up on Neighbors Boulevard or California 78. Just about into the west end of Blythe. They were simulated gunfire. Yeah, you know, I remember going through that obstacle. I remember it was kind of more toward the middle of the course, though, or, you know, the first half of the course, but toward the middle, I would say. That was a hard one. Because, yeah, you had to army crawl through this sand pit with, you had that barbed wire cover thing over it like you're talking about. And yeah, like you were saying, they'd have simulated gunfire or grenades or whatever kind of stuff going on, and then they'd have a TI there sitting there screaming at you, hurry up, get out of my damn obstacle and all this, and or whatever. I remember the guy behind me, he was in my flight, and one of our element leaders, he was always like right on my ass the entire time. You know, he's trying to encourage me, come on, you can do it. And I don't know why I had so much trouble getting through that obstacle. It was, God, that was not easy. And it's a long, what was it, 150 yards or something like that. It's like 450 feet or whatever the hell it was. You had to crawl on your arms and knees and stuff, to get through it. One of the harder ones I remember dealing with. The other one was that 8-foot wall I had to scale. I think for women it was 6 foot. I had trouble getting up over the top of it, but I ended up eventually getting over it, but it was not easy. Just did not have the upper body strength to pull myself up like that. Yeah, now to Eric, to answer your question, I'm just about in Blythe now, so I'll be over there less than 2 hours, I'd say, or I might stop. I'll probably stop for fuel either at the 45 or at the 90, whatever it is. If I can reach the pilot in Avondale, even better. If I can get to Avondale and what I have, I'd rather just get it in Avondale. But either way, yeah, it's kind of looking like I'll be there before you start your shift. So probably meet up. Hopefully I can, I don't know, maybe do my 30 in the fuel island or something, or on there already. I don't know. You can always grab your spot when you're on your way out of there. Bullshit. I think that's one of those, age-old that'll never. I'd like to know from someone who's recently gone through Air Force basic training, see if they really do have something like that. I've had people tell me that, but I've also questioned. I think it's an apocryphal claim, though. If you can't handle the stress that they put you through, then maybe you're not cut out for the military, because that's what they're trying to do, is teach you how to stay calm and stay logical, whatever, and do things the right way. But punctually too, and in a high stress environment. There's a very good reason for everything they do. They don't just do stuff. To stress you out just because they have fun doing it. It's a total, you know, and they do it because there's a very specific purpose for every damn thing they do. Bought a car from the Ford dealer there in Avondale. Huh. My foot's starting to feel better with the shoe off. It's obviously I'd rather have a shoe on while I'm driving, but if it makes my foot feel better, screw it. And there's nothing illegal about driving without a shoe on. US 95, Intake Boulevard in Needles, coming up next. Did they still have the 341 gig slips? I still got mine from Basic. Yes. When I did go through Basic, yes, they did give us 341s. I think we were required to keep at least 2 of them on us at all times. For those of you guys who aren't familiar with the Air Force, how they do things. Now, normally when you screw up in another branch, they would tell you, drop and give me 20 or whatever. Do like 20 push-ups or whatever. Drop and give me 10, drop and give me 20, whatever the hell it is. Air Force, they would never make you do, they would never tell you to drop it and give them 10 or 20 or whatever the hell it might have been. Now, they would instead, tell you to give them a 341. Which is an Air Force Form 341, and then basically, if it was whoever it was, would write down what the infraction was, what you did wrong, and then if it was not your TI, then they would give it to your TI and stand you up at attention and scream at you. I might have had a few 341s pulled. Not too many, but I remember, yeah, I had a small handful taken. If you got so many of those, you got sent back. Yeah, you know, I can't remember if there was a certain limit that, where if you got so many pulled that they would do that. Maybe they did, I don't remember, but if they did have the rule, I didn't get enough pulled to where they were. I know for sure one of them was, one of them was for not using my reporting statement when I referred to address them like, they're supposed to say, pulled when I was in the chow hall eating, and then when, of course, now Deli, you remember this, when you go through, the chow hall and basic training there, when you first start out, they only give you 90, or at least when I went through, they would only give you 90 seconds to eat your food. You can get whatever you wanted that was available. You have to get four cups of, and you had, no matter how short your time was that they allowed you to eat, you had to drink every bit of all 4 of them before they'd let you leave. All right, come on, car. Better hurry up. You're not speeding up enough. Now look like you might be, but come on, get up. This is a little bit less miles than I thought. I kept thinking it was 155. Vehicles, right lane only, half mile ahead. Anyway, the chow hall, remember I was in there eating, and I think, where was that? I think about the 4th week or so. So we got more time to eat, but not a shitload. You get up and consume anything. You don't drink anything, or you don't eat anything. Yeah, if you're drinking or eating anything, you have to be sitting down. Okay, way station is open. But of course, I get in a rush, and I'm already doing it. Of course, I'm done touching my food because he said I had to leave. So he said drink my fluid to leave. So I started to stand up and drink what was left of my last drink, and then he told me to give him a 341. Like, bummer. Alright, there's the weight and motion sensor. Let's see what I get here. Come on, give me a green light. It's not giving me anything, damn it. My battery better not be dead. Maybe they're just dragging everybody in, or half. I don't know. I gotta figure out what's going on there. It's making me wonder if there's. Trying to get the right feel on the accelerator. Yeah, and that's what the pain in the ass to go through. You gotta play this stupid spiral game to even get to the scale. See this truck that's facing the right ass right now on the, coming up on the left side of the building? That's where the scale is. So we have to go all the way up to the other end and then circle back over onto this side of the building. And then we come back through this loop right here where it's next to me on the left, to get to where we exit. I knew a guy that got 20 of them pulled. They got them set back to third week. Wow. It's not as crowded here today as it was last time I came here. It took a while to get through this way station last time I came in here. Degrees Fahrenheit here. And I don't know if anyone in Europe is still on here. It's just a hair over 10 degrees Celsius though. Please proceed to interstate. Okay. Well, we can see who reads and who doesn't read. There's a paper sign on there saying please return to interstate. So if that's the case, I'm not going across that scale. Why do I need to do that? Freaking sign right there on the booth saying I can go back to the interstate. So they can catch who reads signs and who doesn't by doing that. On the booth and who doesn't. Come on, please. Alright, 4-mile marker. So 99 miles from where Eric is at right now. I'm right about at a quarter of a tank of fuel left, so should be able to get to Tonopah, no problem. It's just, can I get to Avondale? I don't know. very hard, and we actually had a good time working together doing it too. Actually felt like we could work like just a normal, and not feel like we're always getting screamed at by TIs all the time and doing every damn thing possible wrong and stuff. And then when we got through serving everybody, and it's, of course we're taking our break and eating our own food. We were, even if we were only we were not far enough in where we were allowed to have snacks and stuff. They didn't. But if it was there, we were allowed to touch it. So I actually had fun doing KP, surprisingly. Hey, this pickup's gonna be a pain in my ass, isn't it? I'm gonna lose a little bit of speed going up this hill. Blanket party before he got sent back. There was one particular guy on my flight. I remember we were talking about giving a blanket party to. Supposedly, washer in the ozone there. Got a feeling you're gonna be out there for them. Oh yeah. It reminds me, because when you go through boot camp, there's also this thing called an Airman Technical Order, or ATO, that they would give you your first day of training there. And they wanted you to study it anytime you got a chance, man. They had a lot of stuff, like Air Force history stuff, like like maybe the first female officer or whatever, or not officer, but first female Chief Master Sergeant, or first black Chief Master Sergeant, all that kind of, anything enlisted related, or first such and such to get a Medal of Honor, things like that. And or they would also have stuff like aircraft recognition. They'd have little drawing type pictures of what different Air Force airplanes look like, and you had to be able to identify them. They had a lot of other stuff too, like I think like sexually transmitted diseases, because that was part of the hygiene and health training that we'd get. A lot of just anything that might have been covered academically too. And got here catching up on these guys. Why? But I remembered I was tied for the highest score in our class, in our flight, when we did the academic test at the end of training. Because for anybody to be able to graduate from their flight, from their basic training flight with honors, they had to be able to do, I forget, there were certain criteria, like with, I think the physical training stuff, and then you also had to be under a certain number of 341s pulled or whatever it was, and then you had to score at least a 90% on the academic test. Because the academic test, what they would do is test you on everything that was in that book. And I remember my detail that I was assigned to was doing laundry. So everybody would have their laundry all in these mesh bags, whatever, and then I would just, I would go down in the laundry room, and while the stuff's in the washers and dryers, whatever, I'd sit there and study my ATO. And I studied and studied and studied, and of course, with my study habits and my memory, it's very easy to pick up on things. So I remember when we, one of the last days of training, I do the academic test. And of course, people think I'm just some dipshit, just doing enough to pass. And then it turns out I'm one of only 2 people to score high, 90 or higher. One guy actually, and the other guy and I both scored 95s. And I remember the other guy who scored the 95 because he was one of those guys who just kind of saw me, I think, kind of not as good as him at first. But then I saw when he saw that I got a 95 on my test, I remember he was pretty surprised by it, and it was actually congratulating me and all of that. And yeah, I actually was getting several people congratulating me. I'm like, damn, this dude's pretty smart. You think? May not be the most physically fit guy in the world, but yeah, nobody's ever accused me, at least having anything to back it up with, of calling me an idiot. Alright, let's get in the court site now. Exit 17 here, where the Loves and Pilot are. Damn you. This four-wheeler here is slowing down and making it harder for me to... I'm expecting this truck in front of me to slow down, so I wanted to move over, but this dipshit here next to me, how's it I was doing 70 and this guy was gaining on me and passing me, and now I was doing 66 and nothing going on there. Get out of the way, moron. There's no reason for that minivan to slow down like that. It's like waiting like crazy. Finally got to bed about 3 in the morning. See, I had to sleep until 6. My brother, what the first day he brought was Sunday. Oh, yeah, I can tell you about my first day there experience too in bed. There's a lot there. I'm gonna slowly get through what you already wrote, so it doesn't go off screen and I can cover it. Got shots, got paid, got stuff that we needed. Toiletry articles, uniforms. What a day that was when we thought we were settled down for the night. And get clear of this guy and see what else that says. Is it Zaro? Zaro? I don't know. Zaro, Z-A-R-O is what it looked like. It's something, and let me back off a little bit. Get this guy over here. Didn't want to go gaining on this guy knowing that the on-ramp traffic is there. Arco station, exit 19, $2.91 a gallon for diesel. Something and end up running up and down the stairs. Scored 87. I was pretty proud of it. You know, 87 is actually a good score on that test. It's like I say, it was only myself and one other person who scored above 90. Everybody else was in the 80s or lower. And 87 is not that far below 90. It probably only took like 1 or 2 questions for you to, the difference between you and a 90 on that. still over here. I'm trying to tell ya. I'm not gonna hang out in this lane for no good reason. K&A Express. Don't shine your brights at me, thank you. Here on the road right now. Well, so that is US 60 I was thinking of. Yeah, it goes up to Wickenburg, but then I always forget it comes back down into Phoenix, whatever, and it ends up going across over like the Mesa. wasabi. Okay. I wonder how you know that. Yeah, I bet. Yes. Just it's really. Huh. So you're gonna get rid of the more of the online classes then, or okay? Or 700 for books? What the hell? Usually it didn't cost me nearly that much for books for those kind of credits. Oh, and that's for a used one or a new one? Okay, you didn't just answer my question. Huh. All I cared about whether it was new or used. I care with the dollar and cent price. Well, we hope she does. How many? Wait, how? Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe. First ones I've had all day. really was. Okay. Horizon bill because of the the new phone purchases and stuff. Okay. All right, love you too. That warehouse I had to dock into to get rid of that pallet. Yeah, that was not the easiest one to get into, I'll tell you that. You can go back to it if you want, but I'll have the dash cam footage of it where I can, have better front and back view to get a better perspective on. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Okay. All right, love you too. Bye. Yeah, this road is definitely anything but lonely. Plenty of people out here. About 60 miles out from Tonopah. Less than an hour would be just a little bit after, just a little after 11 p.m. or 2300 local time then when I get there. And definitely no questions that I can get to Tonopah on what I have. Better chance I can get to Avondale. Stop there in Avondale for my fuel instead.
Municipal police chief arrested over Mexican Mormon massacre. The wider image, Mexico Mormon family has tearful Christmas after cartel murders. More. Mexico City, Reuters, Mexican authorities have arrested a municipal police chief for his suspected links to the killing of 3 women and 6 children of U.S. Mexican origin in northern Mexico last month, local media and an official said on Friday. Suspected drug cartel hitmen shot dead the 9 women and children from families of Mormon origin in Sonora State on November 4, sparking outrage in Mexico and the United States. Several Mexican media outlets reported that law enforcement agents arrested Fidel Alejandro Villegas, police chief of the municipality of Llanos, which lies in the neighboring state of Chihuahua, on suspicion of involvement in the crime. The report said he is suspected of having ties to organized crime, but details of his alleged role were not clear. A federal official, speaking on condition of anonymity, confirmed the arrest of Villegas, which follows the detention of other suspects earlier in the investigation. Mexican officials believe the women and children were killed after becoming caught up in a dispute between local drug cartels battling for control of the area. Under pressure from the Trump administration, Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador sought U.S. cooperation in the case, inviting the FBI to help in the investigation. Reporting by Dave Graham, editing by Cynthia Osterman.
In other words, Mexican police are proven to be corrupt again. Catch up to me. Asshole. Bring it up. Camp out there at the same speed as me and then finally decided to speed up right. I'm trying getting real close to this guy. You're an ass. If they would have kept their speed consistent, I would have just backed off earlier and waited for them to get by me. But the way their speed was staying about the same as my own, I was like, alright, well, I'll just keep running the speed I'm going and make sure I see if I can get into the space in front of them. But the closer I got, the more they decided to speed up. at Tonopah. exit 69, Avenue 75 Echo. In Arizona right now on I-10 for anybody who might be just tuning in. Phoenix is in.
Updated November 9, 2019. Upvoted by Michael Bowie, Master's Education, Salem State University 2003, and NYA Maury, Master's Education, Lewis University 2008. Author has 396 answers and 1.4 meters answer views. I was at work. The phone at my desk rang. It was the school office calling me. Mr. Phillips, this is Miss I. Smith, not her real name. I am calling you to tell you that your daughter had an accident today. My heart immediately sank. The tension rose in my heart like I had just jumped into Lake Superior while there were still ice blocks washing up on shore. What's happened? Is she okay? Waiting anxiously for each word. Yes, I guess, Mr. Phillips. You're 11 years old, mind you, daughter urinated on herself in class and we need you to bring her a new set of clothing. Long pause. Internally, I was overjoyed that it wasn't a physical injury of some kind, but then my mind started to insert a few questions into my consciousness. Me, wait, what did you say? Miss I. Smith repeated her statement. Me, where was she? Smith, she was in class. Me, where is she now? Smith, well, she's in the lobby of the school office. Quote. Me, when did this happen? Her reply was muddled a bit. I found out later that it was more like an hour. Me, is she still in her wet clothing? Smith, yes. At this point, I am an hour away from the school and my wife was unavailable. I reminded them of those facts. Apparently, my daughter was taught by the teacher that girls lie just because the teacher didn't like kids getting up and disrupting her class could hold their bladder longer than class, so no girl should have to get up and go to the bathroom during class. As she explained that my daughter deliberately peed herself to get out of class, I stopped Miss I. Smith and demanded to speak to the vice principal. Mr. Jones, not his real name, picked up the phone. Mr. Jones. Hi, Mr. Phillips, your daughter is sitting on a towel here in the main office. How soon can you get here? It's starting to smell. My eyes are starting to bleed at this point. With all my military bearing now completely gone, my words came fast and full of Papa Bear. Me, Mr. Jones, I am about an hour away from school. I can't leave work. However, I will be picking my daughter up from school today. When I do pick her up, here's what I expect. I expect my daughter will be clean, dressed in fresh clothing, and full of stories about how she was apologized to by you, your teacher and the principal of the school for not allowing her to go to the restroom when she politely asked. If I find she's anything other than what I just described, then I will drive my daughter in her urine-soaked, smelly clothing to the emergency room at the local hospital to make sure her bladder isn't ruptured, then to my attorney's office so that he can participate in teaching you all accurate information about the illegality of physically keeping a child from going to the restroom. On top of that, I will be speaking at great length to the school board about how irresponsible and cruel it was for you to do this to someone's child. Do I make myself clear? That situation still grieves me terribly every time I think of it. It's not just information that comes to our kids, all mixed up and twisted. They are being manipulated by school staff as a commodity. When you see stuff like this, it makes you so angry. Epilogue, I picked up my daughter, and her clothes were nicer than the ones I sent her to school with. She was clean and gave me a big hug. She was sitting some distance away from the vice principal while he was on the phone with me, but she heard me quite clearly explain their error to them. I told her, if you hear anything in school that you doubt for 1 second, come to me. Call your mom. Don't ever be disrespectful, but if you ever have to go to the restroom, you excuse yourself politely, and you get up and go. I will back you. Another hug. Edit, thank you. Wow. Such an unexpected response to my very emotional answer, I am so humbled. Appreciate all your comments and edits. Saved by those edits. My English teacher always used to say, David, if you could slow down just long enough to form proper sentences, you could write a bestseller. Thanks so much. 495.2k views. View 31.7k upvoters. View sharers. About the author. D.L. Phillips. 30 plus working years, OSINT, veteran, police officer. OSINT investigator at DLPS 2009 present. BA Criminal Justice College major and Police Administration, University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh graduated 1991. Lived in Wisconsin 1961-1995. 1.4 meters content views 380.6k this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 2 of 77. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a police officer, what incident in your career broke you? David J. Ambrose, 20 years as a police officer, 15 in patrol and 5 as a detective. Answered December 13, 2018, upvoted by Norbert Scheck, Ph.D. Law and Constitutional Law, John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin, 2008, author has 788 answers and 1.3 meters answer views. I wasn't going to answer this question, but since I haven't addressed it for more than 17 years, I thought maybe it's about time that I did. I won't go into detail because I don't like to talk about it, but I was a first responder at Ground Zero on 9/11. As a result, I suffered damage to my left eye and I now have a 3-inch scar on one of my lungs. About a month after 9/11 I was called into the captain's office. When I got there he handed me a hospital bill and told me that because I didn't put in an overtime slip for the time I was at Ground Zero, technically, I wasn't on duty. Because of this the department's administration, as well as the town's administrator, determined they weren't responsible for paying the bill and that I would have to pay it.
That's messed up.
That broke me. I retired less than 2 years later. 18.4k
That's
views.
bullshit.
View 1.1k upvoters. View sharers. Answer requested by Isaiah Davis. About the author.
Oh,
David
that guy
J.
doesn't want to
Ambrose.
talk about that. I'd be
Retired
pissed
police
off too
officer
about
who
that
learned at
one.
age 42 that he was on the autism spectrum.
Don't shit on your people like
Worked at
that.
Morris TWP. Police, Morris County Prosecutor's Office. Lives in North Jersey. 1.3 meters content views 187.3k this month. In other languages. In French. En tant qu'agent de police, quel incident de votre carrière vous a brisé?
Exit 81.
View
so
5
hold
other
on.
answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 3 of 77. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the best
Alcohol
response
Valley
you've gotten
Road.
from a celebrity that you tried to reach out to that you totally didn't expect? Kristen Wesley Sheridan, people watching and human psychology fascinate me. Updated May 30th, 2019, upvoted by Elaine Green, photographer, nurse, music teacher, mom to an active toddler, author has 315 answers and 2.8 meters answer views. This didn't happen to me, it happened to a friend. Her daughter was 13, going on 14. She was dying of leukemia. When it became apparent that she was not going to make it, her mom and stepdad contacted the Make-A-Wish Foundation to see if one of her daughter's favorite singers would call her on her 14th birthday. Madonna and Janet Jackson were her favorites. Madonna flat out refused. Janet Jackson not only agreed, but went over the top. The phone call was only supposed to be for 10 minutes. About an hour before the phone call was supposed to take place, a huge bouquet of flowers and a life-sized Mickey Mouse and a handwritten card from Janet was delivered. The girl loved Mickey Mouse. The phone call lasted almost an hour. She even talked to her parents. A few hours after the party had ended, the girl started having strange sensations and started feeling extremely unwell. They called an ambulance. She was loaded onto the gurney and was looking at everything and everyone, taking everything in as she knew this was the last time she would see that house. She wanted to kiss her 4-year-old sister and her newborn sister. She knew that she wasn't coming home again. She died 6 days later. Janet Jackson heard and paid for the funeral flowers and sent the family a card. I don't care what she did at the Super Bowl. She is an amazing human being and will always have a special place in my heart. Madonna, not so much. 184.6k views.
Oh, that was really cool
You
of her.
22.1k upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Kristen Wesley Sheridan. Former barista at Starbucks Company, 2014-2016.
I got about 20
Lives in
more
Houston,
miles to
TX1979 present. 2.8 meters content views 139.1k this month. View 69 other answers to this question. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app. Article 4 of 77. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most shocking thing a judge has said to you in open court? Michael Fairchild, audiologist, attorney, 1968 present. Updated September 30th, 2019. Upvoted by Sarang Raut, business analyst at Extentia, Mobile Cloud and Design, 2017 present, and Cliff Gilly, former prosecutor, cum laude grad of Seattle U Law 2000. Author has 70 answers and 188.2k answer views. Client and I are sitting at counsel table for 5-minute hearing. Opposing counsel at other table. Judge, Mr. Fairchild, didn't I sentence you to life? Me, yes you did, Your Honor, 5 years ago. Client, writing on the pad I provided him. What the hell? Now opposing counsel and the other half-dozen lawyers in the room have gotten the joke and respectful laughter begins. Client is turning several shades of panic. Judge, perhaps I should explain. I had the privilege of uniting Mr. Fairchild and his lovely wife in marriage. The court will hear motions in the case of 65.7k views. View 6.5k upvoters. You sharers. About the author.
Yeah, that's the drop and hook delivery. I guys, whenever I can get it there, I can drop it. So yeah, I should be able to get there tomorrow night.
188.6k content views 6k this month.
Yeah, it's not really due until the 30th either, but yeah, I'll probably get there later in the day tomorrow, or maybe even early in the morning, the 29th.
Open an app. Sign in. What is the most bizarre case of road rage you've ever experienced? Lawrence Mann, Realtor. Answer, December 13, 2019. Author has 349 answers and 62.5k answer views. I was heading to a mall as an Uber driver to pick up my client. I sped up to get in front of a car right next to me so I could change lanes and turn left up ahead.
The same one
The
I've already
driver
heard
took
of a
exception
couple
to me
times.
getting in front of him. He sped up to try to hold me out.
Yeah, that's the same one I heard a couple times already. I don't want to hear it again. Okay, about to pass the rest area at the 96 mile marker. I see a JCT parked over there. You got 7 to 11. in Mesa. I used to go over to Scottsdale though when I was stationed in Tucson. My friend and I would sometimes go clubs over there in Chandler and Scottsdale area. And I would also go out that way for Eagles games whenever they'd come out and play the Cardinals. But don't really know much about that part of Phoenix otherwise. About 14 miles to go to the TA in Tonopah. Burger. I assume you mean What a Burger? You know, the Texas burger chain. Assume your autocorrect didn't like What a Burger and named it what it wanted. Teams that would do spring training there, if I recall. Colorado Rockies. I don't remember if it was the Angels. And I can't remember if it was the White Sox or somebody else. I know there were 3 teams that would do their spring training over there in Tucson, though, by Reed Park. Used to always go inline skating over there around the park. Do like 10 miles, basically 3 laps, which was about 10 miles. It was a good workout. Once or twice. Usually I only went over there if I was picking it when I was with Sierra England. I'd pick up a load over in what's that town called over there by the border? It's big something. I forget. I'm brain farting on the name of the town though. It's over by Hidalgo. I would either pick up a load out of our drop yard in Hidalgo, which is a very small drop yard, or McAllen or something like that. It was a McAllen? Yeah, I'd pick up a load over there, like broccoli, I think it was. And we'd usually end up going toward the East Coast with it. And so that's the only times I ever went through Corpus Christi, and I think one of those times I went through, it wasn't even me driving, I was in the back sleeping. Alright, I got 41 miles to go to get to the pilot in Avondale, and I'm still just a little bit under a quarter of a tank, so there's no doubt in my mind that I'll be able to reach Avondale. So I'm going to skip this pilot and just do my 30-minute break at the TA where Eric Wildman is, and then I'll do my 30 and then get rolling again, and then I'll stop in Avondale to get my fuel and finish my shift. But I'll probably end the feed after I go when I get through parking and at the TA though. Starting to get a little bit more quiet here, not so many people online, it's dark, not as much to see, so not really sure. I'll probably not stream the second half. I gotta see what I can, if I have, what I have hours to cover anyway. So I expect that it'll take about 4.5 hours or so to get from the TA in Avondale to Holbrook. Palos Verdes nuclear power plant over here on the right. I always forget where exactly it's at. I think that's it though. Palos Verdes, whatever. Just at 11 p.m. or 2300 local time now. And less than 10 miles away from the TA. About 7 to go. We'll be going up to I-40, but now what I'm going to do is get on I-40 in Holbrook, and then take 40 across to Santa Rosa, and then I'll take U.S. highways down from Santa Rosa over to Plainview. So I'm basically going down to Fort Stockton, or no, not Fort Stockton, but Fort Sumner, New Mexico from Santa Rosa, and then across over to Clovis. They basically end up in, shortly after I get into Texas, then I'll end up on US 70 and take 70 across. Wintersburg Road. Now, the route I'm going to take to Holbrook, wouldn't mind being able to stream that and show you all what it looks like, but it's going to be dark and I'm not sure, there's not going to be many people online, and it's hard to see anything. I'd rather go through there during the daytime when there's actually scenery to look at, or if I'm going to stream it. Palo Verde generating station coming up next. Yeah, so this was it. I won't be going through Amarillo. Now, after I get to deliver my load, I'll be almost certain to be going into Amarillo after that, though. Usually when we deliver in Plainview, we pick up from one of two places. One will be either the Tyson plant in Amarillo, or we might go up to the JBS plant in Cactus. Either way, we go through Amarillo. So, Amarillo, while I'm under the soda, is not a chance in hell it's going to happen. But after I'm empty and I'm going to my next load, then very highly likely I'll end up in Amarillo, or at least going through it. If not actually finishing tomorrow night's shift there. So, I don't know if I can, I'll see how far I can get tonight, and then we got... Still got 771 miles to go to get to Plainview. So I had to factor in about, I don't know, about 90 miles to get from the... You just ever gonna move over, or you just gonna camp out over there and be a safety problem for the guys over there? You guys are jackasses. Alright, anyway, let's see. Yeah, because I want to say the Plainview exit is like exit 150 or something like that, and on I-27. Plainview on my next shift. Scotty seems to be hitting the Tyson and Marshall. Oh, is that, where the hell's Marshall? I've never heard of a Tyson plant there. I mean, maybe there is one. I've never been to that plant. I've done a whole bunch of loads to Plainview, and every time I've ever gone there, they either send me to JBS and Cactus or Tyson and Amarillo. That's 103, 339th Avenue coming up 2 miles from now. That's the one with the TA. That's close to Shreveport. That sure as hell isn't going to happen from a Plainview load. That's a long way to go. We'll only go over to Marshall if for maybe for our previous deliveries, like in a Dallas Fort Worth area or Houston or something. No chance in hell we're going to deadhead from Plainview over that way though. That's a lot of miles to cover, and we do a lot of loads out of Amarillo and Cactus. There's just absolutely no reason for a JCT truck to be deadheading that many miles. Climate control can't make up its mind whether to overheat me or freeze me out or whatever. Now I'm adjusting my temperature down a little bit, and it's hardly making any difference. Alright, $3.25 a gallon for, or actually $3.19 here at the TA. Let's see if Eric is awake. I don't see him commenting on here yet, so he might be sleeping. Yeah, Eric Wildman's here at this TA, and he's going to be starting a shift in about an hour, actually less than an hour, to go to Riverside. It is over there yet. Let me plug my driver-facing cam in. That way, if I decide I want to do a backing video, I have some footage, driver-facing footage for it. Assuming there's even a place to park over here. If not, I can always park in the fuel island, I'm sure. 11 o'clock at night, probably not going to be that busy. Good number of trucks over here. Shut up. 44 degrees here. Okay, I know what Eric says he's parked over here in this first row here on the right. I see his truck right there. just about the 6th or so truck over from here. When I go over to the party row, I'm not going to find much here, I'm sure. I think I see, is that parking over there, or is that an opening? No. Okay, I think I see some pull-throughs over here by where this Clean Energy and the step deck guy are at. And we got a whole bunch here. So I'm not gonna park further away from the building than I have to with my foot feeling like it is. Well, I park over here by this guy with hazmat, apply natural fuel gas. Yeah, that worked out perfectly. Middle of the spot. Lines are crooked though. Well, I'm straight on with the spot with the line on the right side, but see how much space I got there. See what I got for hours after I get done here. My 14-hour clock is the one that I got 4:39 left on my clock, on my 14. I don't think that's going to be enough to get me to Holbrook, so I might have to make plans on doing something else. Figure out where I'm going to go, which route I'm going to take, but if I'm going to go the mountain route up to Holbrook, it's yeah, definitely not. I'm not going to make it there, I'm pretty sure, because it usually takes me about 4 hours. Come on, get out, get in there. It takes me about 4 hours to get there just from foot. To get there from Tolleson. I'm still about 35 miles or half an hour drive from Tolleson, so yeah, it's just not going to happen. So I can get up to Flagstaff, I guess, and then I don't know, I may have to consider that, taking 17 up and then taking a little bit longer route and see what I got for miles to go. I'm 767 miles away, so I do want to get more hours, more miles out of this shift, but and the load's not due until the 30th, so I could even stop here if I want to. Anyway, that's all for this, I guess. I'm going to decide, kind of figure out if I want to continue past here, or maybe shut down for 10 hours here, or maybe head up to 17, or keep going all the way into or toward Las Cruces. But I want to see how different the miles are if I go the Las Cruces route. So I'll figure that all out when I'm on my break here, though. But yeah, and of course I'm going to be offline when I'm doing all that. So Yeah, just a few of you still on here. So appreciate anybody who's taking the time to hang out and watch this. I'll have some kind of footage for you tomorrow. Don't know if it'll be from down on I-10 somewhere, or if it'll be, starting out from here in the morning, or if it'll be after I'm already on I-40 or something. We'll figure it out. But I should have some daytime footage for you guys tomorrow. So, all right, guys, have a good night, and we'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Thanks.